Oh my god. Hello, I just finished drinking my water. Hello. You missed. Lol. Let me, sure, why not play this one? I got an encoding overload when I'm doing nothing. That means nothing, right? Anyway, thanks for the head pat. Hello. How's it going? Bruh. I just be doing shit, I don't know. I'm really excited to play Deltarune. Because, yeah, I'm surprised I haven't gotten spoiled by it, actually. I think I've only seen, like, one character from it, and that's it. Encoding's a lie. True, actually. That's actually true. Anyway, yeah, I'm surprised I haven't gotten spoiled at all yet. So, yeah. This'll be interesting. I didn't even meet Deltarune on Twitter, by the way. Like, I just somehow didn't get anything. I think because I wasn't interacting with it. So maybe that's why I wasn't getting spoiled by it. I know almost nothing about this game. Deltarune. You played Chapter 1? Deltarune. Yeah. But yeah, I was like scrolling Twitter, I never got spoiled by anything. Everyone's hitting me, what the fuck? But yeah, it was kind of weird. I'll give you a spoiler, Deltarune. Okay, here's actual spoilers. Chapter 2, robot, I think. Chapter 3, TV, I think. Chapter 4, depression, I think. And then Chapter 5, I don't know. I don't know what happens. But yeah. Anyway, Deltarune. I go in near. Yippee! Yippee! Oh wait, that's not it. Yippee! Okay. Chapter 4 was completed. Play chat. I guess. Wait, oh yeah, I forgot music. I guess. TV. Depression is goated. I don't know what I do. You know what? What's that mean? What's this mean? I don't know what anything means. Do plans for sure? Yeah. That's why it's doing this fucking loading thing. I don't know why. Wait, I've never seen. Wait, have I seen this before? I don't remember. Oh, thank you, Sailor Moon. I love that. I can do Weird Root? Probably. Yeah, because this one... Oh wait, I didn't finish Weird Root. Oh my god. I'll still do it on stream. I just don't know when. I'll probably, like, finish Weird Root very quickly, like, I'll stream and then, yeah. Anyway, let me go here. I thought I did this. I guess not. Oh well. That'll be very easy. I just had to skip. I'm pretty sure I'm in a church. Cause I just gotta... Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot Chris kinda died. That did happen, huh? I forgot that happened. Chris, you gotta stop dying. Chris, you gotta stop doing this. Dying isn't fun. Can I move? No, I can't. I thought I could move while I was in the cage. Oh, you know what? Maybe this is why. Oh yeah, maybe that's why. The green in between. They kinda are, you know? They kinda are. Oh, hello. I'm back now. Your bed's brother? Yeah, that makes sense. If the bed is cold. It is cold. There's a USB microphone here. You remember it was a temporary console. What? Your bed's brother. Okay, bye. I love my bed's brother, bro. Your eyes wander over the face in the mirror. You quickly look away. Who is that? This guy is cool. I don't know what you're talking about. This guy is cool. That shit's still locked. What the fuck? Oh wait, I can open this. You open a jar and looked at how to draw dragons. The covers an appropriately dressed purple dragon stares back at you. I forgot this happened. Physics make you want to come back. They're gonna get better next month on the 12th or 15th. What did it do? I'm getting that shit fixed. Because right now they're just one object. So like at next month they're gonna become two objects and not one. They're both gonna get minds of their own, you know? and then they'll be too powerful. As it is, this thing is beginning to replenish its lost white fur. And it'll become triadics? I don't know. It's like... there's no ketchup. What the fuck? Can't say can't get spoiled, but followed. Thank you. Give my Chris a Silshin because I hate them. True. I also hate my Chris. Could you be a deer and put some toast on? I get... Why she... Oh yeah, right. I forgot. She got like really drunk, right? Okay, I guess. Don't forget to put honey on it, okay? Is this the toast? Put a toast in a microwave toaster and set it to toast. It'll take 10 seconds for the toast to be done. I'm not counting. Is that... You looked at the toaster? Wait, it's not finished yet? What the fuck? Toast. It is toast. Okay, there we go. You took out the toast and gave it to put honey on it. You got the honey toast. It's mine now. Fuck you. Okay, never mind. I wonder if I could actually take it. Thank you for the honey. I'm gonna do no voices, because I can't voice act. How did you sleep last night, honey? Terry Blay. I should have suspected you were upset. There's only about 80% as much honey on this as normal. Okay. I got a bit carried away last night, didn't I? Yeah, fuck you. Oh, you made a joke marathon? I had not had one of those in ages. Chris, we were really hoping you would join too. Honeys, I know you select those, honey. Susie, I said some strange things to her last night. Chris, is she okay? Did she really go home? Joke yeah, they fucked, bruh. Or so I don't know what happened. That's what happened, right? It was really nice having her over last time. Oh, she still feels like she can come over. You hope so too, right, Chris? Yeah. I can't speak. The festival's later today, is it not? I guess. Quiz. Shame Azrael cannot be here to go with you. I have a list. Fuck you. You two had so much fun at those together. You would win so many whistles and toys. Which I had to, hide because you two and your father made so much noise. What the fuck? She ate the couch. You're not supposed to do that. This time, Bink, he did do that. I wonder if it would be nice to surprise him early. Recently at his dormitory, what would he think? Just a crazy thought. I need glasses. I realized this in the past month. I need glasses, bro. But whatever, I'm leaving. I need glasses. I can't read anymore. It's your mom's van. My twin. I need fucking glasses, bro. I can't see shit. I can't do shit. What the fuck am I even doing here? I don't know if I want to go there. It's my deadbeat dad. I'm gonna go in his house. A door you haven't intended to open it in a long time. Oh, never mind. Grill. How important to stands can a grill be? Oh, Chris, that's 2 days. You ready for today's festival? I have a feeling it'll be my biggest sales ever. Just remove them at this point. True. Chris, did I ever tell you? I also have astigmatism too, by the way. But I think I'm nearsighted. I think I can't see far away, and that's why I'm having trouble now. But it's not just that, it's just that it hurts me. Like, it hurts my eyes, like, looking at screens now. And so, yeah, I don't know what that is. I think it is astigmatism, though. It's just getting worse. Because I've had astigmatism since I was young. I know that, but yeah. Back when we were just young butts, your mother and I were voted festival king and queen. Found I need to guess because it hurts to read, and apparently that's not... Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's why I need glasses, because it hurts to read. It hurts my eyes. I'm good. I see, yes, I hope you're having fun. Wait, what else do you say? Come by with your friends later, Chris. I'll give you a free rose. Okay, you tell me he doesn't. Bye. It's not my. It is my eyes' fault, actually. Hey, little buddy, ready for my big show? Big show. Me and my girl are meeting for the first time ever on stage. We'll sing our love in front of the whole town. You up early practicing too? This is gonna go horrible. Sorry, I know, but you could try solo. People would like it, buddy. That's just gonna go horrible. He's gonna get so heartbroken. I don't know. Your burger. Library. Did it always say that? Am I just now realizing that it said that? I'm going to school. I'm not going to school, actually. I'm gonna go the other way. I need to read. I need to read everything. Even though it hurts my eyes, I need to read. Oh, I can't. Okay, bye. I didn't want to go to school. I wanted to talk to people. Because I knew this is where I had to go, because it was kind of obvious, but fuck you. I'm doing this now. Ooh, Deltarune. Ooh, Deltarune. Oh my god, wait, what the fuck? Oh, you're still here. Tem get knowledge. Tem learned yesterday. Tem finally learned. Tem learned no class on the weekend. Yeah, whatever, buddy. I didn't want to go there. I tried to make my Chris, like, move in zigzag. I don't know why. It's just what they do. That's what my Chris does. This tutorial is written on cursive on a dry erase board. Seems like it hasn't been erased in a very long time. I will do this every single time, by the way. Every time I get to walk, I will do this. Because they're so cool. I don't know why they do this. They had to stop. Hi, hello. Chris. Oh my god, he has a party hat. I need that. Ready for the festival? I'm so blue right now. It's my tongue. Oh, bye. Oh, I thought he was leaving. And speaking of saliva, did you know Suji's having her big date today? Chris Fido, come and help us spit her up. Wicked moves, he's so cool. We'll be waiting at Lancer Castle. I mean, my castle. Bye. Okay, shall we go? No. Unless he can move in zigzag like me. Oh my god, he can. What the fuck? Get him away from me. I supposed to be needing some pine fragments for a shindig, you know, something to mask in that earthy smell. What that do? What that do? Oh, that's what that do. Oh my god, party dojo. Oh, they're here now. Is it a love dojo? It's only for couples. And the only couples as indivisible by two people only to be in love. Get it? Forecast says 3 is a forbidden number. That being said, could we get your opinion on something? This clever count as 1 person or 3? I'm not sure if I should support this relationship or be very intolerant. Oh my god, they're polyphobic. That's crazy. That is insane. Have one bad experience in a polycle and suddenly you just hate poly people. It reminds me of someone. Okay, I'll talk to you. I wasn't gonna talk to you. I don't know if I still want to talk to you, actually. I don't know if I want to talk to him. Do I talk? Fuck you. I'm in charge just now, it's good. What happened? So, Sir Swatch stepped out for a moment, and so I hate reading his text. Taking it over for him while he was gone, and while he was not noticing and doing so. Like, he hurts my eyes more. Okay, guys, I will be as real with you here. Any recruits you made at Zion Church? They basically haven't seen anything besides this before. To them, this is normal, so it's all cool. No one will find it out, no one notices, everyone loves me. Just help me clean up before Swatch gets back. I hate reading my text as if it hurts me. Why does my laptop want my password? I'm getting hacked. Live on stream. You know, I never gave you anything. Bye. I should give you shit. Why do I have so much money? I don't remember anything I did. Last time. Sham. I hate reading the text as it hurts my eyes even more. I need glasses. I'm gonna go see Tenna. Oh wait, this is the minigame thing. Never mind. Yeah, I need glasses. What glasses should I get? What are the best types of glasses that I should get? What the fuck is happening? Like a wiggling window race for us familiars. I stopped the race. Sorry for party, it's fine. Yes, interesting measurements. Toby Fox heterophobic. Wait, what? Oh. What's it say? It says I'm very tall and beautiful. True. Greetings to I'm glad that Queen is still here. My favorite character. Chris Rousey, hey. I still forget what I'm gonna wear for when I see Noelle today. What? Actually, give me a sec, okay? Oh, bye. Susie seems like she's going to have a really special day, Chris. I wonder if there's any way we can help her. Never mind. I was gonna say so, never mind. Enter who's that? I'm just a poor innocent boy looking for some innocenter heroes to help design out for my friend Susie. This feels familiar. Oh, wait, am I doing this shit again? Opposite trash your date's ass made by Lancer Industry was made up slightly earlier. Oh, I know what I gotta do. Yes, it's the same! You're welcome. So is my nose of wonderful clothes. Attention, my purple friend Susie. Fuck you. Why is it asking me that again? What? Quickest reset I've ever seen. What? I don't want the duck outfit. I want to do something actually cool, you know? Or cute, whatever. Fuck you. Besides, I can skip text really fast. You know, that's one thing I could do is spam the button. Look, see, I told you. You see how fast that was? Oh wait, it's still... Okay, bye. Yeah, see? I don't have to spam. Well, I'm still spamming. Bro, I love spamming. Okay, what do I want to do? I don't know what I want to do. What I gotta do? That'll be cute. Guns. Wait, oh wait, the stats actually do stuff. What if I do just do the duck? I actually wanted to see what everything was. But like, what if I do just do the duck? I don't know. Elegant. You know what, fuck you, actually. You're getting a duck. The duck. Yeah, you're getting the duck. I don't care, actually. I thought I did, I don't. Duck with the top hat, bruh. Actually, so cool. I like how I went in the circle. Oh my god, my eyes do hurt now. Okay, it was made a costume for you. There's an outfit, if not a costume of love. True! And the festival is the Halloween of romance. I love Halloween. I think she likes it. Hey, did anyone notice that this sucks ass? Yes, it's cancel out your normal greatness. I think she likes it. Thanks, guys, but wait, I don't need to... Oh, I'm printing it. didn't know she could do that. Back the clothes, please. It says ass regardless, I think. Well, it looks cool. Bro. This is fire. No more ducking. Yeah, this is fire, bro. Oh, I just fry on the hat? Bro, this is fire. Okay, to be fair, the hat's also cute. I don't know. I love that shit. Queen's so fun. I love Queen. She's my favorite character. How about this? Can't beat the classic Susie, right? It's just a fucking hat, bro. I mean, I love that hat. I'm so glad I chose the top hat. I didn't think she would keep it. A pat of your face? Yes. It knows it's a cookie if you get hungry. I'll try not to eat it right away. Alright, think I'm good as I'm gonna be, I guess. Thanks, guys. I'll put it back on before I leave. No, she took out the hat. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Is everything the same? What the fuck is this? Your bed? It has some Susie hair on the outer blanket. Oh, I meant spikes, and then they want no spikes. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. What the fuck is this? Oh. Oh, hello, Susie, sweetie. Just printing you every available clothing per machine. But especially this one. Bye. I love you. Hi, Etsy, how's it going? Wonder if by eating food in the dark world or just eating random bullshit in the light world. I think so, baby. Wait, can I see Tenna? Why is he big now? Tenna says he's got a new collab for us. We just need to get into the paper mache thing and... Oh, Mike Luke's on the Fumbotron. It's going good, how are you? I'm doing good. Just still pushing, but he's... can't do a little push for the camera. And hey, wait, who's that? Tenna's always big. He wasn't big in Chapter 4. It's the guy you really need to find a new house for, Cam. He looks so lovely. Mike, turn it off. I wanted to push someone. Why are you here? She looks busy with the game. We're starting cutting out now, mommy's dunking the court. .com.net. Tenna's so gloomy. I love Tenna. I can give birth at the delirious slams. I think you can be a mother without birth. Prove it. Real. On the court right now. No. That's so mommy that thou art in the big leagues, eh? I don't know who he is, but he's right. I think we should go see Noelle. Anyway, I think I need to see Rouse and Preg art right now. Okay, bye. I think that's what that made me want to look at. I think that's the subliminal message, right? You see it. I never saw Rouse and Preg art. What the fuck? That's crazy. Have a wonderful day today, you too. Bye. Make sure to ride lots of rides, have lots of treats. And don't forget to eat your costume. Oh yeah, thanks. Oh, duck. Wait, why'd she duck? He's like 12 years old and a Victorian orphan child. What's wrong with being a Victorian orphan child? What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. Alright, how's the outfit look? Cool. Hell yeah, let's go. Bro. Hell yeah. Honestly based, I don't know. Oh yeah, Chris, I was thinking, you know, Deltarune. If things go well today, we might have another shot at getting into Noelle's house, right? And if we do that, we can try to get the code again. So don't worry, it's all part of the plan, you know? Oh my god, you try to get in her pants just to get the code. That makes sense. You know what? That makes sense. You get in her pants to get the code. Yep. Well, hey. Hi, Susie. And if we true. And Chris. You look good, nice. Thanks, you look nice too. She's so embarrassed. You just have some trash in your hair. Just thought I'd dress up a bit for once. See, I couldn't read that. I'm gonna be honest. I couldn't read that. I'm doing good. So what do you want to do first? I think I need glasses. I've been saying this. Just figure it out. Have a good rune. Thank you for the rune.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
I love the rune. I need the rune. I need that rune. Yeah, Chris, be our tour guide. It is kind of easier having Chris here after all. Am I like emotional support? Is Chris the emotional support they? Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. Stop looking at books, it's the weekend. Oh, okay. Sorry, I can't fucking read. Right, Dobaz of... No! Wait, no! Don't tell me! Wait! There's a fortune cookie paper inside, but it's moist. Try discount code BALL. Wait. Octopus, it just tastes like raw onion? No! What the fuck? They killed Onion San, what the hell? I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself. What the fuck? Why would they kill Onion? What the fuck? Can I kill this guy? Dunk tank. Dunk. We got this. Yeah, you know, fuck you. That's how they also say it's 2G like Onion San. Oh yeah, true. I didn't know Onion San had shooters, bro. What the hell? I'm just doing pretty circles of fun. I didn't know he had ops. Why does Onion San have ops, bro? Oh wait, these are the Undertow guys too. You know, people say I can't see anything unless it's moving. Let's see, you moved that power tester, come on in. I smell human muscles. Oh, this. Do I just have to spam? Test the strength of your bonds? Hit it together with your partner to win? Oh, okay. Me and Susie. Yeah, you know we got this. Whenever you're ready. What the fuck? I'm dead, bro. Yeah, that totally helped. He killed me, bro. Kinda said to personally slime Onion San. What did Onion San fucking do, bro? Oh, wait, we can't do it anymore. This is the strength tester. Usually Undyne runs this, but also she usually breaks it and no one gets to use it. Do you want me to show you how to play? Aren't you a cop? Not too loud. I've infiltrated the gang of the wet and those bandits. Actually, they think that they've infiltrated the police, but don't let them know that. Okay. Truth is, the ghost couldn't get the power tester set up alone, so we took pity and dug them out of trouble. In return, they got cut up hot dogs and dog food for us. Oh. I see. I see. Yes, I see. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, you know, at least I can still spam. I may not be able to read, but I can still spam. Does my best, does my very best. Appears to be full of chili. Soon every minute, but my cooking's better. Chris and Noel, funny seeing you together. Fancy a treat? What up, Mega Cinnamon Bunnies? I guess. I have this to Dr. Joggington yet? Nope. No, what are you doing? They always toss the lures later and then. But why'd they kill Onion San? Hong Kong? Why did they kill? Why'd they kill him? I loved him. I always talked to him. Onion said to it, what? They just said listen to the ocean. It was very cryptic. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, this guy. The ground is a festival of water. Well, I saw him and I don't want to talk to him. Will I ever be able to come back for this? Am I changing permanently? Do I? Do I? I can't do it. I can't do it. I hate him. It is increasing the Grizzlers. Because how are you talking to this guy? Don't we like hate him? I do hate him. We hate him, that's why. Guess that makes sense. Hate done school, we hate you, so we are gonna talk to you. And enjoy doing it despite of that. Sounds great, Viz. Okay, so you're saying. Sure. Gotta make friends with your stepfather if you talk to me again. Okay, I'll talk to you again. Hey, wanna ride the Ferris wheel? I guess. What do you think, Chris? Oh. Oh. I guess you two can ride. What, now you trained for this? Bye! See, anybody? I feel like I'm a third wheel just being left behind, and it's very awkward. I've never been in this situation, but I feel like if I was, I would want to kill myself. And that's why I'm just like... I feel like I want to kill myself right now. Said he wondered about the qualification to he wondered about the qualification to stands. He doesn't seem certified to run a Ferris wheel. Didn't someone else run this last year? I was waiting for the text to, like, you know, say we're going to Noah and Susie, but then it just did that. That was nice. Yeah, that was nice. Sucks we couldn't see that far though. The ride only went halfway up. I went on a Ferris wheel actually, recently. It was nice. Here we waited, but your eyes were closed. I went to see you might throw dirt at us. Yeah, I was kind of disappointed you didn't. Sorry, I'm wondering about his qualifications, bro. I don't... He doesn't seem qualified, bro. Enough wheel for today. Me win. Me win. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. Why is he doing this? Bro, I'm so glad I killed him once. But only once. And get my ice cream too. Just $1, how about it? Got anything purple? I'll have, holiday twist. I want ice cream. Here, Chris, you can lick the melted parts off my hand. What? That's kinda freaky, bro. That's kinda... I don't even want to read the rest, because that was kind of freaky. I don't know. That's 3 creams. Looks like you qualify for a punch card. Not much. Just take this marker and draw your friends on here so I'll remember you. Okay, that's cool. I like drawing. I can draw. Perfect. What the fuck? I wanted to draw, so what do we get? Oh, nothing. I hate him. Just told you to fill out the card. I didn't say it was good for anything. I hate him, bro. He's like the king of Rage Bait. I hate him. 10 draw caricature booth. 10 draw caricature. Okay, I draw. What do I look like? Okay, I draw. It's my original caricature. I wanted to see what I look like. Why is this here? Why is he everywhere? Can't you do something about there only being one teacup? Alright, I'm working on it. I'm talking about in there. Why is he everywhere? He's actually just... Bro, he's everywhere. I hate him. I'm going up here. Fuck you. I forgot you didn't have an arm. I don't know why I forgot you didn't have an arm. King Queen, didn't your dad tell you? Well, me dad'll tell you then. Pull out a pape, put it in the box, counter him up. Then tonight on the Hometown Holiday Manor stage, Mayor Carol will crown two lovely Dover's King and Queen. These two freaks will get in the lead couples parade. As other couples in town walks hand in hand down to City Hall with Rita's beautiful lights twinkling all around. Oh, you never knew about that part, Susie? No, I thought it was just like bumper cars and shit. But the editing sounds cool to watch, baby. Bro, I love bumper cars and shit. I've only been on bumper cars once, actually. No! I'm realizing how many people I hate in this game. I am realizing this. I don't know why I'm realizing that now. But I'm realizing this. My dear Snell, there you are, let's go. Love Captain speaking set gestures to pity date. Because, I pity anyone not on a date with you. Really, you're a great friend, but I don't want to be your pity date. Oh. Well, and Susan, I suppose today's your lucky day. And with Noelle, dumbass. That damn bird, yeah, that damn bird I fucking hate. Uh-oh. Crisscross applesauce. Oh yeah, need them. Oh. I'm their emotional support, they, and every SUV needs its fourth wheel. Really means he's here, maybe on her first date right now, so... Oh. No, well, I gave you my project partner's blessing. Anytime you need a wingman, I'll be right here. Thanks, Birdly. Bye, fuck you. Oh, no. Ah, there's two losers in a row, bro. What the fuck? Oh, Chris, what a surprise to see you with Noelle. Need a chaperone for the Ferris wheel again? No. All of you just take any flowers you like. Any friends of our family gets flowers for free. There's no way I'm not paying him money. What the fuck? You should go to the Holiday Manor. Wait, I didn't go to the ocean for- should we finish our ice cream at the beach? Oh wait, no. Continue being- oh wait, I didn't know this was where I had to go. Okay, you know what, that makes sense, I guess. I was just like going there because I was like, I gotta see Onion-san's dead rotting corpse. I didn't see Onion-san's dead rotting corpse. Oh no, it's Milk Guy. I'm Milk Looker, I'm here. Hoping they play the natural sounds of milk. I love milk. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I may have a bit of stage fright, but today I got the courage to overcome it. Today, someone special is coming to perform with me. That's right, any moment now, my girlfriend. She's about to show her beautiful face, and man, this whole fake girlfriend thing. I see, I thought it was like so funny at first, but because I was like doing it over the phone, guess I couldn't see like how serious he was taking it. Like, this is like actually killing me with cringe. Oh god, someone needs to like literally stop him right now. Your fault, go up. Like, me. I guess you're right, maybe I did like go too far. But like, if I like go up there, people would like see us together or something. She should like die. Okay, I'll just like, god, lie and say I'm my own twin sister or something. Then fake my death later. God, okay, like, here I go. Hi. Hello. Girlfriend. Like, actually, everyone is my girlfriend. Pizzerina. And the 5-star fashion are gonna burn you into some crust trademark. Come on, Rita, just like we practice, let's go. Oh my gosh, she's actually doing it. Oh, that was it. Okay, bye. It's a good root girlfriend. Me win girlfriend. Like, yeah, me win girlfriend, honestly. You're my girlfriend, let's go. Can I, like, say something for a sec? I know what you want to say. I'm not exactly what you imagined, right? Look, I admitted to pictures I sent you. I shrunk it down to pixels so you wouldn't see the real me. But you, Pizzerina, you're every bit as sweet and kind as I could have hoped. And you only liked me because of my hot pics. I mean, I managed to download hot pics online, but I never managed to download a loving girlfriend. As I talked to you, talked to the woman, your kindness, your humor, your texts, they made me realize that you're so much more than your bikini. You're just an amazing person with the pizza-themed name. And I want to be the same to you too. Okay, but like, oh, I forgot my gift. Look, I spent my whole paycheck on this. And Icy's Pizza's lover's card? Yes, as long as we're dating. And get one large heart-shaped pizza 3 times a week. That's cool. And it only works if we're, like, dating? Yeah. They check. How do they check? That's cool. So, wanna see the rest of the festival? Did they just, like, spawn you and, like, hope you have sex or what the fuck? How do they check? He's a gooner, he's just like me. Alright, Chris, why do you kind to choose to watch that? I don't know. Okay, but I want to know how they check. In the end, if he's smiling, that's all I can ask for. I feel like I'm getting inspiration for a new ice cream flavor. Pizza and poison. The poison would be green apple syrup. Oh, the enemy alligator girl was his girlfriend? OMG, way to go, enemy alligator girl. I never thought anyone would like her, lol. He just know? Okay, I guess. It's like state-mandated sex right here. That's what it is. That's what they encourage. I want to go down. I want to go... Yeah, here we go. I didn't go down here. Oh, he's dying. Hey, hello, Mistletoe. How's it going, monsieur? Fine, Dad. It's really nice you got better for the festival. I want him looked over my head like that cat wearing his boxers. You should. Guilt detected. When it was it for the world, you need something? What are you up to? Putting out lights for when they crown the royalty? The festival's not the festival if it doesn't have my kick-ass lighting, right? True, I guess. Need any help? Tonight, when you walk back with that girl, I'm gonna make it look perfect for you, okay? All lit up. Whoa, he's so cool. I love him. What's good of a father if he can't help out his little girl? He's gonna die, isn't he? Oh my god. Noel's mom, just so you know, Dad, I brought Susie over yesterday. And I made her play the guitar Bon song. I know, but until she told me. So I gave her my special sweet taco when she get it. Only kinda worked, but she's not gonna hassle you anyway. She's down south of town now investigating. She said she'll be back to crown king and queen. Or maybe it'll be 2 queens this year. Whoa. Why is this Halloween? Why am I in a haunted house? He's gonna see you in church, even if it's a haunted church. Confide, please. When I arrived in the Great Hall to set up this morning, the sight set me aghast. The sanctuary in shambles, candles, books torn and strewn about. Fearing a robbery, I rushed to my office where I found a handwritten note. Not one of defamation or ransom, but instead a message of encouragement, invoking my father's name. It told me to follow my dreams. How could they know? And how could they write it so confidently, with so many misspellings, with so many errors? That's just it. The imperfection led to its sincerity. And next time I would like to write my own sermon, Chris. I see. Can I go in here? Maybe you don't know, but Chris is kind of awesome at piano. Oh, wait, what the fuck? You should either play this sometime. Only if they want to. I don't want to right now. I'm learning piano, but really awesome. We could all play together. I don't think Chris would like that. Chris, how could you let Noel go with the purple beast? Is this revenge for all the way back then? I told you, I already cast apology spells. I admit I was weak, the fear took me. I left you to complete the summoning alone. Do you really still curse me for that? What the fuck are you talking about? What is happening? What is the summoning? What the fuck? Oh my gosh, John Deltarune. Are we in a cult? Is that what happened? I guess I gotta play Weird Root or something. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. This isn't the link. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. It's one more up. I don't know what's happening. I just talk to people and then they tell me things, and then sometimes it's weird things and I don't like it. Almost like a weird root or something. I don't know. You finish your ice cream at the beach? Directly challenge. Guess that means ditching the festival. Bye. This is truly our Deltarune. When did you say you made up that song? Okay, now you do one. Me? Okay. Why is Chris dead? He sucks at making shit up. Dude, you're gonna be like a pro music guy. It's never really been my talent. Because even when it's done stuff, your singing's... I really like it. Oh my god, is this why everyone's saying Toby Fox is a lesbian? Today was probably one of the best days ever. Yeah. Kinda sucks it's almost over, huh? Oh gosh, the sun's setting. How long have we been talking? Probably like hours. It's been... Chris is fucking dead. But just the two of us is cool sometimes too. You know, Susie, Oh. Not now, Mom. I'm just gonna ask if I'm with you. But I guess I can't not answer it. Guess you lost your phone again, right? Oh, bye! Then you had to keep hanging out. You know what? Real, actually. Real, actually. Yuri, I love Yuri. Enter your phone real, right? And should you check? Bro, what about Chris? Looks unbroken-ish. Get the honors of your phone. What with the sunset and everything? Would you want to watch it? The horror compilation on your phone? No, the sunset. She also watches horror Bro, she's just like me. I don't know what to say. Oh, yeah, sure. Did any of you also watch, like, those death compilations of specific horror movies? Because I did. Am I weird? Today was probably one of the best days ever. Missing Fury because of ads. Oh. Yeah, goodbye, ads. You just said that exact same thing. Yeah, but I just keep thinking it over and over again. Wait, the ads played for you already? That's so weird. Because they don't usually play until, like, 10 minutes from now. So it's weird that they played for you now. Wait, what the fuck? What the hell? Susie, what are you doing? The water's nice. But your shoes, aren't they gonna get moldy, Noelle? Don't you want to do something crazy? Like have gay... yeah. You go get my swimming suit really fast. This'll be oh my god. What the fuck is happening? Oh, she's gonna throw her in the water, Oh, never mind. This reminds me of things that I don't want to say. But this is basically what happened when I went over there. Maybe that's why I'm also not... I mean, I am reading it. I'm not reading it out loud, though. I feel so related to... I don't... Maybe it's just... the universal lesbian experience. I don't fucking know. Maybe this happens to. Maybe it's a canon event, you know? I don't know. It happens to all of them. Maybe this is. Oh my god, bro. I think it is a canon event for lesbians. I think it is. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm a lesbian for that. I know I also have experience like this. That's why I just like, what the fuck? You know? It's a canon event. That's my theory. All lesbians are the same. Let me get that. No, I'll do it. Mom? No, I can't go over there right now. I'm with Susie, and I don't know if you get it, but I really like her. So I can't talk right now, okay? You really like me, huh? Look, oh my god, the Miles thing. I like you too, okay? Bro, hand on shoulder and everything, whatever you... But you meant you like me, I like you too. It's just... being with you makes my days better. Makes them some of the best days I could have. Well, I really, really, really like you. And I have for a long time. This is like the canon cringe lesbian experience event. This is what happens. This is what always happens. I get some more ice cream. That was Susie, what the fuck? You're ruining it. Holy cheese and crackers. I almost thought I might pass out for a second. She says holy cheese and crackers. Oh my god, I love her. I love her so much. Chris, I forgot you were, still here. How much of that did you, hear? All of it, Brit. Mom, again? So I told you not to call me anymore. I'm... What? You were calling about... Dad? He fell down at the festival? No, you're joking, right? He's just... I knew it! I'm sorry, Mom. I'll be right over. How did I know? How did I know he was gonna fucking fall and die? Chris, please. Just tell Susie I really wanted to talk to her, but... I just had to. Bye. I can't move. Chris is dead. I know, you hear? They had to make more mint. Noelle? Chris is fucking dead. Hey Chris, wake the hell up. Oh, hello, I'm alive. You look like a pineapple. Hey, where's Noelle? I can't speak to you. I am lesbophobic. So what, dumbass? That just means you gotta follow her, right? No time to waste. Oh, never mind. I'm not that lesbophobic, I guess. You got a full night's rest. Bro, it's cool. I don't approve of this relationship. Hey Chris, mind if I stop in here for a sec? Wait, why? Bye. Well, I can't go in there. Oh. No, wait, Chris, not now, please. Wait, Chris, no. I still want to be with you. She's gonna be gay, leave her alone. Wait, Chris, you don't have to do this. Oh my god, in the trash, dude, what the fuck? What did I do to you? Besides take over your body and life and everything, whatever, fuck you. That's not that bad. I didn't ask for this. Chris, I got these for Noah, but... You, think she'd like them? Chris, they don't work out between us. I can't speak. Yeah, maybe flowers aren't stupid, right? Wait, did they just... What? No way. Chris, where the hell are you? I don't know what's up. Chris, it's a dark world. Your dad's in there, hurry. Alright, bitch. You need me. Yeah. So you came crawling back to me, huh? Fuck you. You know what, maybe I don't want to be in there anymore. Oh wait, you're gonna force me. I don't got control of this. What the fuck? Oh, they're dead. Again. I kind of forgot Asgore sold flowers because, like, he kind of does nothing. Seems kind of peaceful this time. Let's go. Okay, let me say first. The moist earth blooms before you in a path of magnolia and rose. You are filled with a certain... What? Power. Sorry, I can't read anymore. I used to be able to read, but now I can't read anymore. So it's fine. Here's up there, isn't that your dad? It's so nice to see you again. Looks like he's talking to someone. Wait, that guy is... They're coming this way. You're filled with what? I don't know. What the hell? Oh my god, they animated... It's like the Phoenix Wright shit. We just had sudden anime cutscenes for no reason. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, so this is the twink I've been seeing people talk about. I see. I just need to get over...
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh my god.
Grown like a turnip.
Stop talking to me. You got so much, haven't you?
My king.
It's by the Evangelion movie makers, by the way. Oh my god. Wait, by the rebuild? Wait, were there some people who did the Phoenix Wright stuff too then? I must be so proud of you. Because the same quality just reminded me of that.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
So,
It's
can
me, Flowery.
he stop talking?
Flowery.
Oh my god, he's gonna talk every single... I'm gonna hate him. So I signed the Flower Golden Eyes Blood Type
My
SSS.
king.
Asgore's college roommate.
Your dad's my best friend.
Yep, what he said. And...
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, right?
Sorry to keep a lady in waiting.
I shouldn't keep a princess in waiting. I'm gonna kill him. What else did you do to mine? I thought it was going out of my hand.
Yes.
Your dad is my best friend. Except for you. Just wait up. Sorry. Ah, there you are, old friend. I lost you when you're walking down to your city streets.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
He's just gonna keep saying that. I hate him. Who are you talking to, by the way?
Mysterious wind.
Nothing more than the transient winds, okay, Corey?
Flower blooms in your heart.
Now let's make like a tree and have some fun. What do you mean by this? Even Asgore is fucking gay. What the fuck? Everyone in this game is a homosexual. I hate it. I'm gonna kill Toby Fox in game. Why is my dad, Chris, your dad, he can't be here. You know. I don't know why he's like this. I would like to know why he's like this. He's gonna contain a golden suit of armor. It's too big to wear. It's a wardrobe with necessary things. It seems to contain 500 points. You don't need points. The box in-game is the most powerful creature ever, and you can kill him. I think I can. It's a wardrobe with necessary things. It seems to contain half a photograph. You don't need to look at this. What was it? Oh, hello. This is... Well, why are you in there? Sneak gun inside here. Think I can fit? No, that stupid flower guy stuck me in here. Gee, he didn't want Asgore to see me, so he... What is this problem anyhow? Yeah, talk about a pain in the ass that guy was. Wait, Rousey, since when were you such a hater? No, I just... Never mind. I fucking hate that guy. I fucking hate him. I'm with Rousey on this one, I think. I fucking hate that guy. Where? Oh, there he is. I think that's him.
My favorite too.
It's fucking suspicious. You.
Flowery.
How's it growing? Fine, thank you. Fuck
Hey
you.
there, little guy.
Oh, really happy to see you too, little guy. This dude. Bro, why are they ups? Why'd you put Rousey in a wardrobe?
Sorry about that, guy.
I just wanted to put a little hat on.
Yes.
It's good for your health. Wait, he has a hat on again. Doing.
You're dead.
Asgore had a heart attack if he sees any of you like
Sorry
that.
about that, little guy.
Besides, Chris, doesn't he look much better this way? Flowers, huh? Guess I'll just look like this for now. He's fucking repressing him, or I don't know what's happening. Knight might appear and take Asgore. You know, I kind of forgot the Knight existed. I don't know why. Chris, just a reminder, but you can turn off voice clips in the config menu. Oh, thank you. I will not do that. Yeah, I will not do that. Chat just filled with so many trans allegories, it's insane. Wait, we're back here, what the fuck? It gets better. Yeah, I will not do that. I forgot to move the zigzag. Where am I? Why am I here? Why am I back here? The fragrance of familiar days and old power returns to you. I'm going to the game again. What the fuck? Let me out. I don't want to be here, let me out. Okay, let's see if I remember how to play the game again. Because I don't think I will. Magic, action, this one. Magic, action, this one. I might have to pay attention because I forgot Toby Fox likes bullet hells. How did I not get hit? What the fuck? Magic, this one, magic, wait, okay, it's 40 and yeah, I had to do this. Have you ever seen Smiling Friends? I have. Flowers over boys. Ouch. Sorry, just, like, that kind of just, like, I don't know, it like, I don't know, it distracted me. Deltarune versus Deltarune Japan. Fucking Sugoi? Oh my god. Fucking Sugoi, I think. I love Deltarune Japan. Let me go up here. Chris, remember on our first adventure? When we found that ribbon in a box? Kinda makes me want to wear one again. And then you think we look silly, don't you, Susie? Nah, I mean... Hey, you could, put it on me, too. Susie, you know, you guys always look like you're having fun. Plus Noelle, I don't know, she might think it was cool. You can now quit ribbons, well... Okay, I'll do that, I guess, if you want it. And if it's good. Okay, I guess it's good, bye. You look cute. Never mind, I'm done, it doesn't work, I'm done. Okay, it makes sense. My question is why Asgore's talking about a Japan theme. Flower. He's a weeb or something, I don't know. Which is for pals only.
Glue.
Oh my god, hi Sark. Thanks for the boo. You know, I love fishing, the activity of fishing.
My king.
I could do it with you all day, old buddy. It sure is nice, isn't it? Lovely weather too. I make Chris Phillip.
Mini peppers.
Too many peppers, it's a jumbo. Pie.
Hey guys, I think I found a glue. Glue.
Glue. Why, thank you, it's so lovely. Glue. Specimen named Kubi, believes he looks the most like a spring dumpling out of any worm in the world. Eats leaves and bread, not much opportunity for development. I look like a spring dumpling. I think that guy's never going to develop. Glue. I love eating glue. Who else wants to eat glue with me? Oh wait, did you guys see the new emotes, by the way? I forgot to announce that. No, not again, get away from me. But yeah, I have new emotes. The theater's sold out.
My king.
Hey, Gorgor,
Human.
didn't you always want to see a cowboy show in real life? I suppose it was a dream of mine once.
Wow.
Oh
This
wow,
guy's your best
he's showing right now. Is that Fred inside? Oh my god. It is Fred inside me.
friend. Mostly.
Mostly. Glue. Oh my god, it's gonna be a vocal stim. I can already see. What the fuck? Damn. I can't do that. I wanna bite it. What the hell? I love mushroom. Oh my god, I love mushroom. Oh my god, I love mushroom. No, my mushrooms. What the fuck? Oh. I see, baby. Wait, so did I have to get this one over here? Somehow? Okay, what if I... Or... Maybe that'll get it over there. No, not over there. Oh my god. Oh, I can pick them up? I'll try to kick it. I see. I see. I see. What the fuck? I can't get to that side. What the fuck? Why are there scissors? I don't like this. Why do they like Pac-Man? Why do they sound like Pac-Man? How do I get this? Dude, yeah, why do they sound like Pac-Man? I don't understand. I don't like these Pac-Man flowers, bro. I don't know how I get that. Do I go, like, over here? And then do I just go up? No. How do I get that? Later item. Ja, I am Hot Chef. I am doing waiter jumping from my happiness. Look, I am making delectable sugar dough, and no one has ever destroyed it. Yippee! It's a loaf of undestroyed bread. You know, this is our first adventure, so you probably would have destroyed this bread by now. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do something like that. Just had to ask me first. Well... Character growth! Mysterious structure, it seems to be sealed with some sort of power. I love character development. And that's the teleport. Okay, I see. German says yippee the old-fashioned way. Why is your German? We're in Japan. Oh. What did Toby Fox mean by this? What did Toby Fox mean by this? I guess we could show love. Do you really have to flirt with someone if you like them? So Fox's dog many things. Chris, how would you like it if you showed someone? Jack changes his idea. You're after your dad. Why does everyone want my dad, bro? What the fuck? I guess you could do this. Yeah, I'm telling you I don't know, idiot. So far all I know is that someone just gotta like you first. Dude, what does this have to do with me? I'm a normal person. Oh my god, I hate these fucking types of attacks, bruh. They're just annoying. That part is so real. He is real. Glory didn't love is like a flower. It may struggle with the seasons, but if you believe it will blossom with more colors than the rainbow. Can you get a hot gamer? Can you get me a hot gamer boyfriend? Oh my god. Just like me, actually. Thinking about something about to kill myself. That would open the door. Rousey, any ideas? Well...
Sorry to keep a lady in waiting.
Rousey's dead! Hey, what'd you do to Rousey?
I'm sorry once again I kept a lady in waiting.
A battle. I had to switch out of the gym. You aren't seriously gonna let this guy... Oh, he's part of the group now. You're me. How do we get Rousey? Hey, is Rousey okay?
Yes.
She is now. Okay. I guess he's fucking dead now. Flowers are symbols of love to be to enemies in the manner of thing of a flower. I guess I could do that.
Leave it to me. Here I come, San Francisco!
Why is he going to San Francisco, bruh? Oh, that's why he's going to San Francisco.
It's my Girona.
Okay, that makes sense.
All according to plan.
Dude, that was actually kind of sick.
Stingus.
Yeah, maximum stats. Now I know why he's going to San Francisco. Okay, that makes sense. Can't just give yourself a 9 and everything. Hey, Raleigh. Guess you'd be the expert, Raleigh. What are you guys talking about? I fucking hate this guy. Let's get this conversation later. No, come back.
Dad's my best friend.
I think it's more than your best friend, buddy. I have my own parties to attend to with your dad. Dude, Flower, why does he have to be so... Yeah, attack out a jerk. Was pretty cool how I beat those guys, though. Like, I'm not saying it's that weird, but, you know, maybe he's a useful jerk. He's getting so pissed. He's getting so pissed.
Hey, guys.
Why don't if you ever need to buy anything, that box contains infinite money, you just take what you please and live your dreams. You can't just do that. It's going to ruin the economy. Oh my god, not the economy. Not like it's already ruined. I don't think fucking nasty. I said dollars you took were in dark dollars, but actually flowery dollars. As the capitalist bootlicker. He is. Starting can't look so unimportant. It's perhaps if you hold it in your hands, you could. Okay. I can't flower. Okay, I just hold it? I can, okay. I see. Oh, did I go down here and I get the fucking... I see. Okay, that makes sense. Green tea, well. I love matcha. She wanted to go and see what happened. I'm pissing on him. Nothing's happening. Yeah, nothing's happening. All you guys suck, I think. Bye. If I do it here. No, okay. Anyways, this is cut anything in the way. If they can't find anything to cut, they'll turn right a few times. If they still can't find anything, they'll go back to the start. Got it good because it pleases to me. I see. I gotta get this bitch over here. For some reason. I see. I don't know why. I gotta do that. Why I gotta do that? Why do I need you? Oh, I see. That makes sense. You already missed. I missed something. I don't know what I missed. I missed something. What happens if I cut this instead? No, I don't want to cut that. Okay, whatever. Missed something for the secret blast? I did. Damn. I mean, I could go back. I think. Oh. I see. This won't be going well. That was my controller. 81% well. I just gotta lock in for a second, you know? Oh my god, what is this? I can't do this with my controller. Ouch. It got hit once, twice. Almost got hit again. Alright, I see now. I see. Ouch. I don't know why I ran into that. That was like actually my fault. The other time that wasn't paying attention, that one I just ran into it. I don't know why. Oh my god, I'm not paying attention again. Get this shitty ass thing out of here. Is it this? Didn't think these shreds made themselves did yet. These days are artists. Anything they clip is their art. Don't get in their way or you might become art too. Wait, I don't know. Is it this tree? I don't know what it is. I'm gonna go back. It's these guys, isn't it? It's those guys, isn't it? I don't know what it is. I'm guessing it's this. Oh, wait, so then how do I get you to do that without... Oh, wait, I see. Wait, no, but then you go down. Oh, wait, there we go. Yippee. Goodbye. I go up here. Did we? Oh, I can't do this up. Okay. I was gonna say it would be easy if I could do this up, but I can't. Hi, kid, how's it going? This chatter's huge. Is it this?
Hey guys.
I don't know if it's this. This looks important. Hey, you guys think Noah would like flowers like these? Should try these violets. Hell, you know. This girl, she likes you already, doesn't she? And something pretty like yourself seems perfect. Shut it, dumbass. You really think she'd like him, though?
Leave it to me.
Buys her lesbian symbol. My guarantee. Go get him, princess. Was it that? That's it. I mean, I guess. Wicked. It's this in the scissor with the Pac-Man. Oh, I see. Okay. What's this? I got flowery. We don't need those flowery dollars. The scissor Pac-Man. The flowery area with the scissors Pac-Man. Like down here. Oh my god. Actually, I'm gonna go this way. Oh, I see. I'm gonna get attacked. One pink coin. Oh, do I need pink coins? Is that what it is? Oh my god. I hate Pac-Man. Need 10? Oh my god. You know, I won't keep an eye out. I will miss all of them. Why is my shit asking for my password still? I don't even know what my keychain password is. What the fuck is that? Why is it asking me for this? I don't understand why. Help. 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 I got something. Help. I'm gonna race. What? Oh, I see. I don't see, actually. See your structure? It seems to be sealed with some sort of power. I don't see. I'm gonna go back. Surely there's something back, right? No, okay. Let's me do this, right? Oh wait, that just been... Okay. So I thought I could do the same here. But I guess not. I mean, I guess I don't need to. But I thought that's what I had to do. Okay.
A great style.
Wow, you had a diner, what a style. You're just like old trees, I mean old times. It's certainly been a while since I've been to one of these with someone else.
The boys.
The boys? Don't worry about it anymore, you're with the boys.
To you.
Here, have an orange juice. Bro, I love being with the boys.
Suckle it up.
What do you mean by that? It's so fresh, it's still warm, thank you. Hello. Did you hear something just now?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, sorry, that was just a mixtape I made for
It's
you.
all in a name.
And when that sounds like your child calling for help.
It's all yours.
Take a listen off, old buddy. Oh wow, I love this song.
Smile again.
All the greatest country hits drown your
That's
tears
my
away.
dream.
Just forget about it all and live your dreams. You're right, I will.
Sorry to keep you, ladies.
Now chef a big root beer
My
float
favorite too.
for those three. Ready for us?
It's
Oh my
all
god,
yours.
why is Fred inside me here? Wow, thank you. Hey, this guy's not so bad. I mean, he's keeping your dad distracted, right? I suppose it's helpful until we reach the fountain. But doesn't something seem off to you? I mean, this root beer here has actual roots growing in it. Seems fine to me.
Flowery.
Same. Let's just finish and get going. Hello. 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 I didn't read that. It smells like if a diner was built only out of vegetarian ingredients, you are filled with vegetarian power. Probably just done with everyone's shit. I'm also done with everyone's shit. Oh my god, I can buy shit. I could buy fucking orange juice. I could buy, well, 80, 130. I'll buy green tea. I love green tea. Thank you for the green tea, bruh. What's the guest list? It's a guest list? It seems like everyone's invited, including you. Okay. Hello, hello. If you Kanye doesn't like a 90-year-old saloon, I'm gonna eat so many cowboy-appropriate meals. Learn more, like what? Medals? Want to get sick if we eat that? Huh? Oh no, I don't want to get sick. I can't believe I had to get sick. Maybe Blue can take my medals for me. You don't have to order a medals if you don't want to. Oh, phew, I was just thinking I'd have some orange juice. She puts a lot of effort into making it. To cook? No, orange. Huh? It's called orange juice because it comes from someone named Orange. Question this. No, it comes from a fruit. Oh no, I've been drinking fruits orange juice. Thought I was drinking human's juice, like natural. Human beings don't generate... I mean... It depends who you ask. But she looks like a human being cowboy's honor. She even has a tail. Do you have a tail? Of course I... Well, I'll be. Looks like I left it at home. What kind of tail even is it? It's a cowboy, so I'd assume it'd be a cow's tail. Okay, we'll see ya. Have a nice ride on the prairie, y'all. And stay out of Justice's way. Okay. Bye, friend inside me. Where do I go? Why can I go down here? What the fuck? Do I have to do all of them? What the hell? Oh my god. To find juice? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Faker. Touch fake. You try to break the enemy's ruse, touch the fake bullets. Find the what did a fake bullet? Oh. And those are the fake bullets, I see. What did that do? It did nothing. Oh my god, wait, these are harder to find. I can barely see it. No, come back. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Ouch, thank you. Come back. Hit me. What's it do? Like, what happens if I get all of them? Is it anything? No, okay. Oh, I can kill these guys. I'll do that, I guess. Yeah, sure, why not? Bro, that's what I always wanted to do. Kill random citizens, you know? What's wrong with that? Anchor revivement. Can I kill him again? No, okay. Thank you for freeing us who were stuck between those two dash gates for so long. It's so much better being in the water. It's wet and we like it. Didn't see that coming. I killed them. They're dead. Oh, but I had to go there, okay. I didn't really realize where I was going. I was just like, going places, you know? I was exploring. I feel like I missed so many coins, I don't know. Looks like the puzzle from our first adventure. The one where everyone has to step on the switches. Yeah, the one you needed me to help solve, right? Right, we could only solve it if 3 of us were together. You only got one so far? Oh, yeah, I know, I said I feel like I missed so many. Oh, wait, unless you mean... I didn't realize I wasn't on it. Okay, no, that makes sense, sure, whatever. Can I do it again? Oh, I want a better record. Another one already? As long as there's 3 of us, it's no big deal. I think... Kinda, how are we supposed to press 4 switches? 4 switches, but that's not supposed to... When I was pointing to it, I get distracted easily because of it, yeah. That's not possible, unless we had, like, a 4th person. Maybe we can, we'll do it with 3. I think we need a 4th person. I'm sorry, Rousey. Guess I'll check for another person just in case. How the fuck did you do that? Can I learn how to do that? Chris, we have to follow her. But, here. Wait, no, I wanted to check the door, no. Wait, why'd you say what clouds? What the fuck? Rose quoted Cloud Stripe. Cinema. Those voice clips are so funny.
No, no, no.
Yes. Hey, I'm gonna go get another drink. Bye. Wait, why did you tell her about voice clips? What? Chris, you can turn off voice clips in the config menu. Chris, be careful not to turn off browsers in the singer. Chris, you can't go that way, they're on spikes. Why does he want me to turn on voice? What happens if I do?
Sorry about that, little
I'm
guy.
poor little
Follow
guy.
the blooms in your
Okay,
heart.
speak nice to your buddy, okay? Ah, what the fuck? Can't turn it back on. I silenced. I can't turn it back on. Bro, we're just dead forever now. Bro is dead for. I can't do anything about it. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Wait, no, what the fuck? Yeah, because I had to do. What the fuck? Because no matter where I push this, it'll be wrong. Oh, wait, I'm doing things to him. I'm doing things to him. I did things to him. I don't know what I did to him, but I did things to him. He's gonna be the Sonic for the rest of the chapter. Oh no. I don't want it to be. Maybe just a little. He went black. He did. Hello, are you happy? No, okay. Hey guys, what's up? Browser?
You're a hero?
Just don't bully your friend like
Try
that.
my flavor.
Here, have some healing pollen. Chris, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you to use the config menu to... The menu? What's that? Huh? No, Susie, I won't avoid the truth anymore. Even if it sounds strange. Listen, we're all in a fucking game. There's something special about the dark world. Next time we fight the enemy, if you close your eyes hard and look carefully past the edge of your periphery, you'll recognize it. Another layer, what normally seen only in your subconscious. Something that looks like symbols. He has no mouse to put him on screen, that is. Oh, that stuff? Yeah, I know about that. You do? How? Larry told me. He told you about... What are you drinking? Good punch, Larry made it.
They're
Want some?
eating my flesh.
Well, I want to eat his flesh. No, I'm fine, thank you.
Leave it to me.
How about that Puzzly Wesley? Come on, Rousey, we gotta deal with him a little more. Bro, Rousey is being rage baited so hard. Because I'm really sorry for acting so thoughtless. I never encountered someone that bothered me so much. I suppose I haven't been handling it really well. Of course, I fucking hate that guy. But like Flory, I'll try and like him too. He sucks. Really? Oh no, I shouldn't be glad to hear that. That's so... Because Ratty should try to like him. Even if it's difficult for real rage baiting. I fucking hate that guy. Oh, it is Puzzle. Alright, without four of us, this fight should be no problem, right?
Leave it to me.
Just leave it to me. Oh. And where should I stand?
Mysterious wind.
Aside, bud. Oh,
Give it to
bye.
you.
Watch this, it's good for you.
Sting
Oh
it.
my god, Deltarune explosion! Oh my god, Deltarune explosion, my beloved! It really is a different color, isn't it?
Stingus.
Hey, Gordon, what'd you think of my Zaz? He is so fucking cool. Oh, just amazing, Flower, you certainly are. Always very talented. Asgore does not give a fuck, bro.
A great style.
Skateboarding with the youth, it's a great style, right?
My king.
Corey, you always wanted to ride the board too, right? Yes. Along with Azzy, but
Here I come, San Francisco.
San Francisco. Goodbye, San Francisco.
Hey guys,
I'd like to
You're
show
dead.
your dad's loving it up.
glue.
Anyways, let's kick it up. Let's take the exits up. I love glue. Why'd you say glue? I could have done that. I could have fucking done that. I fucking hate that guy. He's gonna fucking die. That was Rousey's internal thoughts, I think.
Hey guys. Hey guys, I
think
think
I
I
found
found
the-
glue.
You see, I found the exit.
Goodbye.
Yes, this is goodbyes for us.
Susie.
You got both barks and
Flowers
bites.
blooms in your heart.
Shine that courage, and I know your level blue.
Sorry about that, little guy.
Rousey, no hard feelings here.
Smile again.
Bro, he's so angry. Look at him. Look at him. He's so angry. Bro, why is he so angry? The truth is, I cherish your purest heart.
Chris.
And Chris, well, Chris.
Forget it.
Know how I feel about you, don't you? Why does he fucking hate me? What the hell?
Goodbye.
Well, time to go, everyone. But that's just... That only goes back to the light world.
Say it again.
That's right.
You're a hero.
This is the safe world to play hero in. But the fountain... The fucking fountain, Chris's dad.
Get a chance.
Don't let it be a concern for you. You should know my strength by now. All the fountain needs, all Asgore needs, is just a human, right? So leave it to me. Bro, even, oh my god, wait. Even in his sprite, he's so angry. I love it. I love it, actually. But you're not. You know, you're just...
Say it again.
I'm just fucking what? We're out friends, aren't we? Bro, he is so angry. But we stay here. Only chill when flowers will bloom.
Go home.
So go home, Chris. I'm sure your mother is very worried about you. Bye. Even angry. So this brings us back. We're not fucking going back. And Chris, maybe we can get your dad into this. Let's find him. Exit. I'm going over here. Oh, I didn't know I could go over here. Maybe this is where I had to go, isn't it? Oh no. Wait, what the fuck? How I do that? How I do that? Instead of but it only has jelly juice. I don't know how I go anywhere. Like, what is this? I need flowers. I need a watering can. Oh, I need a watering can. How do I do that? There's a thing up there. I see. It's a sting. Oh my god, Dad. Hello. What I do? How I go up there? I don't know anything. All I know is that I can do this, apparently. I kinda just remember that I could do this, by the way. I don't know why the Switch lets me do this, but I can do this. Like, I don't know why. Yeah, and I can keep it like this, too, for some reason. I don't know why the Switch lets me do this. But it does. And it's kind of funny. Okay, bye. Chris Vision, yeah. Like I said, I don't know why it lets me do that. You trapped you there, it's over. I'm trapped. Here I come, San Francisco. You know, I didn't know why he said here I come San Francisco, but then he like made gay lovers, and now I understand why he said here I come San Francisco. Happy Pride Month, everyone. Happy last day of Pride Month, everyone. After this, you can't be gay anymore. It's just the law. It is the law, by the way. Hmm. Okay, so I'm assuming I have to take this. Not where those gates are, for some reason. Friend was over for me hands. Oh my god. And what did they do to you? Oh, I'm in a heart. I got a ribbon again for some reason. I mean, I want to give it. I mean, what magic? That's better for Rousey, right? What the hell? Oh wait, no, that's one. Okay, fine. I thought I gave it like 21 magic for some reason. I couldn't read. Okay then, so then where do I take this? If I go here, I lose everything. Jeremy, make sure you don't get past here and find the feather. Why? Because it'll let them get to the next area. Why? Because that's what he said. Why? Look, they're coming this way. I have to go. Just make sure they don't get past. Best character moment. Hello there. Some fellow humans. See, I naturally blue skin just like me. Purple skin and teeth just like my friend. I love naturally blue skin. Glasses, that's what humans wear. So glad to meet some more people like me. Hey, what, are you going to ask if we can get to that feather? I can't let you do that. We haven't asked about that yet. You three seem like great humans. I'd love to give it to you. But I can't. I'm not supposed to. And being human is about not doing things you're not supposed to do. No, that's not true. Really? That's good, that's good. I was hoping being human was about playing since I always wanted to play a game. I love playing video games. How do we play with you? It was that cool feather. Play. Let's play. We don't even know what a game is. Seems like she does to me. For real. I'm allowed. Spin. And you spin around too. What's going on? Is the whole world revolving? Oh my god, wait. What? What? Ouch. What? Care. You show tender, loving care, the enemy laugh. Can't even change the shape too. I need that. I feel like I'm barely doing anything. I don't know. Say that again. You dance with enthusiasm, the enemy dance too. Your feet are making such strange music. Oh my god. I want this donut that will probably do nothing. Yo. Is the world revolving as they say? I could die. I didn't die. I'll drink this tea. Yes, thank you. I love that fucking sign thing. Ouch. Is that how you fight? So if I praise enough, I'll win too. I'm the best, I'm winning. Can you stop spotting it on me, please? I did. I'm hearing it. God, it was that fucking sword attack. The log one. I hate that one. Which has instant revive? I guess it does. Yeah, this is what I hate this one. Don't really understand it. I thought I did, but I really don't. Oh my god. I feel like I'm getting lucky on some of these attacks. And at other times, I'm getting very unlucky. It's kind of weird. Oh wait, did I redo dance? Did I do this? No. I don't remember what I did. Oh, if I get hit one more time, I'm dead. Well, that sucks. I usually get hit twice. Yep, told you. It does sound like Undead Tune. Oh, wait. Oh, that's what happened. I was just spamming the button. I see now. I think that's what happened. I was spamming the button and then it just instantly revived me. Like some tell music playing. I mean, that makes sense. If you couldn't tell by what's going on. I got hit instantly? Oh my god, I suck. I fell off. I used to be so good at this game, and now I'm bad. I actually, like, fell off. Alright, time to lock in. To be fair, I have been saying this whole stream I need glasses, so I think that's part of it. I've been saying this whole stream, my eyes hurt and I need glasses. Oh my god. Why did that happen to me? My fucking stick flicked. No. Mike goes, yeah, I won, bro. I need glasses, bro. That's what I need. If I had glasses, I would be so powerful. I don't know. But I don't have glasses, so I can't see anything. No. I'm gonna die again. I'm not gonna die again. Oh, wait, it's just an Undertale attack. I can maybe deal with this. It's not so fucking long. Now your turn, your turn. Magic, magic, omega, magic. What? You can't do it? How boring. No more battle. Yippee. I never lost before, it's fun. Can't think of it, I never won before either. See, now all you gotta do is give us a prize. Prize? Yeah, you always gotta give something to the winner. Really have fun, I never gotta give something before. My first gift. What should it be? And behind me is a really special feather. You three should take it. We'd love to, thanks. I can't wait to tell Purple I lost. Bye. Can you do me a favor? Make sure no one else takes that feather. So you can trust us. Trust, trust, trust. Bye. She seemed like a nice girl after all. Wonder too what that feather thing is. I don't know. I wish I could see. Oh, I don't want to go here. I wish I could see. Am I healed? No. I'm gonna go down here. Because... I don't know, I'm worried about that. I feel like I missed something here. Actually, can I read this from up here? Oh, I can just buy things. Okay, you know, fine, fuck it. I'll just buy that. I'll replace my bad items with good items. But I feel like I missed something here. Like, I don't know what to do about this. That's why I thought I had to take the watering can here, but... to get to this. But I don't think I can do that. So I don't know what I do about that. Other than just worry about it until I figure it out or, like, forget about it. What did it do? That one's for later. Okay. I guess I'll worry about it until I forget about it. You know? I'm good at that. I also wish I could see. I didn't realize how bad my eyesight has gotten until this stream. Where now everything's actually kind of blurry when I try to look at it. Huh. You know, maybe that's a bad thing. Maybe it's my fault, actually. Fuck you, I'm not going up there. Okay, maybe I'm going up there. Fuck you. I'm going blind as I think I am. I think I need glasses. I mean I said like since the beginning of the stream, reading hurts me now, and like if I try to glance at something, it's a little bit blurry. That's why like I can't really tell where I am if I'm like looking at it very quickly. And so that just made me realize, huh, I need glasses. This must be the feather that girl was talking about. Doesn't look that special. And I feel like I am worse at games now, mainly just because I can't see anything. So yeah. I don't know. Feel like... Oh my god, is it a platformer? Oh my god, it's a platformer. Oh my god, wait, I'm good at platformers. I used to be, at least. I don't know if I will be. Wait, what if I go back? I don't know if I will be when, you know, I can't see, but, you know, whatever. It's fine. Chris, you're too short. What do you want to do about it then? Bitch. Consider right here. I see. I see. Is that what I needed? The pink coin? I see. I still can't make that. Okay, whatever. I got the pink coin at least. That's all I needed. Oh my god, it's a star fruit. If you're stuck, try acting by holding. Oh. Oh my god, he's dead. So what does that do? Oh, you just eat. Okay. I killed the tree. Oh, okay, you know what, that works. This reminds me of Ninja Gaiden. I played that game once. It was a cool game. It just minds cutting yourself. Oh. But yeah, I played that game once. It was a cool game, I think. Yeah, you know. It was a cool game. I like that game. Could I play it while talking? Probably not. But you know, it was a cool game. You know what else is a cool game inspired by Ninja Gaiden? The Messenger. I love The Messenger. I played it. I don't know when. But I played it. Oh, Team 2 is really enjoying your gifts, thank you. Yeah, I'm so happy. What else do I have to give? Can you give me eyesight? How about this? That's not eyesight. My new bullet pattern you're playing with it. Well, my god. I like how I just attacked it immediately without really realizing that that's what I had to do. Bitch, can you die? Ouch. Bitch, can you die? Thank you. See, I told you, I'm good at platformers sometimes. It's almost like I played Celeste or something, you know? Oh. Log. But yeah, I played Celeste, that's crazy. There's this one, I remember there's this one, level where I had the most deaths out of, like, anything else, just because I didn't know what to do for the final jump, so I just kept, like, jumping off over and over again, like, trying to figure out how to do this fucking final jump. And it was really funny. To be fair, I was like 12 when I played it, but still, it was really funny. I still can't get that. Wait, can I go out the vines and, like, do something about that? Like, can I go get- can I do this vine? Can I do this? Can I go down here? No, okay. Why the fuck are you still here? What? I'm pressing a direction. Okay, why'd you do it now? Thank you. This one apart. Back to the bottom. What the hell? Oh, I didn't know that was attack. Okay, what the fuck? Bro's a ball. Bro's gonna kill me. Bro's a ball. Mike, Rousey. Thank you. You know, you gotta take forever sometimes. I don't know why. Bro's a ball. I want this. Cause now I realize how to get it. Thank you for the money. I'm short. Bye. I just wanted that. Okay, you know what? I remember how to play platforms again. I don't know why. It's just like the hidden muscle memory that I have inside of me. And yeah, I messed up again. Ouch. I mean, I don't have to kill you, right? I feel like there's something here. I don't know. I feel like I missed something. I don't know what I feel like I missed, but I feel like I missed something. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just... I don't know. I'll go back. I still don't know what to do about this. You're lying. What more do you want? I wanted to know how to get this. That one. It's taunting me. I think I have to get it later though. I think there's like a thing that I opened. Maybe, I don't know. I just be doing shit. Yeah, over here. Maybe. At the very least. Hey Gory, look, this one looks like you. It does. an optional item, but I definitely get it for the reward. And most of the other ones look like you. Man, talk about great memories with my best friend. Yes, it's certainly been unforgettable. Just, what's something bothering you, big guy? Flowery, would you mind if we looked around somewhere else? Are you talking diner? Well, no, listen. This may be a strange question, but have you seen anything around resembling... Oh, I don't know. A black river rising out of the ground? I mean, it is a bit of an absurd question. Look, if it's a dream of yours, Corey, how about it, tonight? How would you like to see a dark fountain? I think I would be very, very interested. What the fuck do these two have going on? Damn, what's that college doing telling them that? Guess they never taught him how to shut up in college. I mean... Chris, come on, let's go out there after them. Okay, I meant by jumping dumbass, okay. Whatever, oh yeah, okay. And then I go back. No, fuck you, I'm not going back. I'm not going there, I mean... Susie, please, can he do something? Thank you. Why? Why won't you do it? Do you have to be grounded? Okay, I guess you do. Whatever, bruh. Susie didn't want to do shit, bruh. I don't know why. Whoa, what's this? Whoa, I got it. Whoa, I got... Okay, give me... I did something. I did it. Hell yeah. I should probably heal again, though. But whatever. Fuck you. At least I did it. That's all that matters. Yeah, at least had enough. I know. Larry told me. I have like 3 right now, I think. I also wanted to save this for the coin. Just in case I do something stupid. That always happen. Okay, I know the border's dynamic, but like... Why does it follow me? I don't know if I like that. I don't know how I feel about it. It's following me all the way up here, what the fuck? But why would they do this? I don't want it to follow me, I feel threatened. I don't know why I feel threatened, but I just do. Order, please stop following me. Oh, it's a castle, of course. Then we can all relax and have some nice milkshakes. Why, that sounds... Hey, Chris's dad. Hello, Chris's dad. I fucking love Japan. Nihongo Jozu. Chris, what are you doing here? Oh, this is a twist of the stem. What are you doing? No, yeah, what are you doing? Chris's dad. Hey, what the hell are you doing? We need to get him out of here. We should get him out of here. Chris, you're a good kid, you know that? But it's best if Asgore doesn't see you anymore.
Go home.
So go home, Chris. Just leave everything to us. Go home. Are you fucking stupid? If we don't deal with that fountain, then Knight's gonna kidnap Asgore. Tonight? Don't worry, princess. Don't worry, princess. It's something we can't handle on our own. Sorry, you have no idea what you're dealing with. The Knight will kill you. The Knight will fucking kill you. Chris, Susie, I really do like you all, but if you come any closer, we'll have to stop you. For Asgore's happiness. I see. Chris, I can't say I don't respect your feelings. If they're true. If you're serious, I'll see you at Flower Castle. And you, my friends. Why doesn't he say glue anymore? What the fuck happened? Don't worry, Susie. I don't feel the knight's presence at all yet, so... Still got some time. Well, let's hurry up. I'm gonna waste a lot of time, actually. Bye. I don't know why not reading it. Flower Castle looms in the distance, breathing a black pillar to the sky. You're filled with the power of usually going to castles. I love usually going to castles. I usually go to castles. Don't you? Bro, this background just reminds me of Ninja Gaiden, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if that was an inspiration, considering this. So yeah. Like, it's just so Ninja Gaiden, I don't know. I fucking love Ninja Gaiden. I love the game. I love the game. You know, I wish I could read that while doing this. I really wish I could read. Bye. I'm gonna go backwards. There's something up there. Okay, whatever. Whatever, bro. Whatever, fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Whatever. I hate them. Purple. What are you doing? Keep an eye out for who? I don't know. Someone. How many eyes do humans have again? This is the last time I'm going to repeat this, okay, Aqua? Aqua? Who's Aqua? That's you. You're aqua colored, so... Wrong, I'm blue. No, there's already a blue, remember? Huh? No, I want to be blue. Purple, I want to be blue. I want to be blue. I told you I'm not purple. My name is Seth. Thank you, Seth. What color is that? Real humans aren't called colors, they have names. I get it. Seth, I want to be Seth too. No, you can't be Seth. So say purple. Seth, call me Seth. Wait a sec. Why, out of all human names, why Seth? Bro, you should, like, not exist. I don't know. They're flowers, as a seven colored. Oh. I see. When you shades chosen for this world. I see. I don't get this. Okay, but whatever, I won, so whatever. Why would I want to do that? Actually, what's down here too? Fuck you, Rousey. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. Oh. Pull me up. Wait, then how do I get you down? Oh, okay. I understand. Yippee! Okay. Can he come again? Thank you, bye. I see. Why does that want to be human? Must feel weird, huh, Chris? It's fucking cyan. What do you mean? I got this shit. I threw it in the waivers. I got this shit. Oh, that's vermin. I was going vermin. Guess I'm a vermin farmer now. No cross don't come and eat my rats. Okay, watch out for falling peaches and don't call them rocks. They aren't tempting. Why do they gotta stick with the same? Like, they really don't. You don't have to do this, you know? Like, I don't really keep up with the clown's team sometimes, you know? Sometimes I do, just not all the time. I should do it all the time, actually, but whatever, fuck you. Where do I go? I go down here. It is where I go. I gotta save. What's in here, actually? And the Great Smith's Barrel will give me anything, and I'll show you my great strength. Give $50. Behold my technique. Wow. Wow. Alright, maybe it wasn't my best work. I blame my pollen allergies. Your body's a mountain as well. It must be rugged, powerful. And what better way to sculpt it than the smashing of metal? I'm dead. Oh my god, we're all dead. So, who got healed from that? I see, perhaps it's not my best work. What the fuck? I don't deserve this. Why would you do this to me? I have done nothing. Oh, I see. Take me water, I need this. Why is there just one here? Take me water, Ow. Oh. Okay. Fuck this guy, bruh. Fuck this guy. Intimidate him. All of this seems to... Okay. I do not understand, but fuck you. Sonic Dash. Ouch. Ouch. Why does name she? I just realized this. Why is this your name? Can you stop shooting things, please? I don't like it. I hate you. And I actually hate you. Yeah, just stay there, bro. Keep dabbing and stay there. Fuck you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the boop, whoever did that. I can't see right now. Oh, it was Larry. Sorry, I had to look at my phone for something.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
And thanks for the head pat. Okay, where do I go? This is where I was. Is this up there? Yes. Okay, so now I'm just going in a circle. Okay, I understand now. Can you not block my way? Actually, I need to do you. Fine, whatever. I don't know why I keep doing it too early. It's just something I'm doing, you know? Give me... Okay, Yeah, that's 30% mercy. So then you should just be able to spare this guy. And then you do this! Well... Well... Ouch. I don't mind getting hit by everything now. I don't know what's wrong with me. Also, I don't know why I did that. I could've just done the same thing. And I didn't. Ouch. Bye. I did nothing. Nothing to deserve this. I did nothing. Oh my fucking god. If only no one could see this. Oh no. What have I done? You know, I can't wait to ruin it later. Did that kill me? Worse. I mean, I guess it kinda kills me. No, I don't wanna fight right now. I know how to mash. Bro, you can't mash. Oh my god. There's a limit on how much you can mash. That sucks. That actually sucks. Bro, that sucks. Why is there a limit? And it shouldn't be. I should just be able to mash, I don't know. Like, if it's a mashing thing, then, and if I mash, like, hard enough, I should just be able to do it, you know? Like, why put a limit on it? That fucking sucks. Why would you do this to me? 100% in the dark world anyway? Good question. And where am I going? Oh. $50 flowery dollars. $5 are totally useless. So heavy it'll take them off your hands for a prize. Okay, here you go. Yes, Flowery's Castle Flower Cafe. Drink from machine to break with friends all day, but they'll never know that. Y'all seen any blue grasses around here? Why? See, Blue really wanted some bluegrass, so I just think I'd find some so he could dance real good with it. Maybe put in a blue quit as an extra spectacular prize. Well, present, I have been a cowboy for long, but Blue's smile gotta be worth at least 100 million medals. For a piece of grass getting to see that, it's almost a steal. Wait, does that mean I'm seeing smiles from Blue? Oh no, I couldn't face him knowing I did that. Wait, I know, I'll just get him 100 million grasses and it's all even. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's cool. What happens if I go in here with like this? That's it, okay. There's a thing there. Uh-oh. I really don't want to do this. I knew I was gonna get hit. That's why I didn't want to do it. Fuck you, bro. Like, I don't know, I just watched now. Maybe until I get used to the game again, but... You know, until then... It'll just be like this, over and over again. You know, maybe I'm not watching anymore. I don't know. No, I just don't want. I don't need to jump, trust the wind. Okay. Oh, I feel like I need to go up there. Let me back. Aw. How do I do this? Wait, why do I want to do this? Oh, cause I can't do- oh. That makes sense, bye. So Fire wants to give Asgore an ideal world. What's that mean? Obviously it means, ooh, does Seth not know? Of course I know, you just wouldn't get it. I think Asgore doesn't have anyone to play with anymore. You can play with him, so open his mouth. And show lots and lots of teeth. You mean smile? I guess. Asgore always read his bedtime stories. I want to read a story too, to him too. I never listened to the stories. And that's why you're so... I'm gonna fall on I'm gonna kill them. Aqua? Yeah, don't be embarrassed. You can keep talking. How can I know this is because he kept talking? They might try to follow us to the castle. Oh, really? Hey, do you three want to come to the castle and play? You should follow us if we do. That's not what I meant. Aqua, get back here. It's time for our team pattern. Wait, I'm almost dead. When the knights hit my glasses, they'll see double. I see. Who subbed to me?
Darling Aqua.
Thank you for the sub, Unox. Oh, that is what I do. I see. Why can't I do it? What the fuck? Well, staying in the corner works. Like usual. Obviously. Oh, did I already beat it? Oh, I did. Okay. I'm so strong stuff. I want to try. I killed the glasses, bro. So many Deltarune explosions. Oh my god, I'm so cool. True and base and true and base and true. I defeated the bullet pattern. I won! Wait, retreat. Bye, Seth. Thanks. I mean, bye, Seth. I don't know who you are, but bye. How do I go up? How do I heal? They just want your dad to be happy, huh? Hard to think of them as bad guys. And flowery is the golden flower. Whoa! A shop on the cliff turned to face the light like a sunflower. I remember my daughter Aqua from the hit game Deltarune. I did do that. Who the fuck is this guy? I never seen the sunset so breathtaking. Tell me, was everything always this beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What's your name, human? Right, of course I'm also human. That's why I look and feel like a flower. Then what's my name? I suppose it depends on the color of the sunset. Has Snappy had ears before? Cute and fluffy ears? You should try it. Not like you, long ears. They'll seem like a fire hazard. As of course he seems happy, you should be happy for him too. Me, I've never been able to talk to him for obvious reasons. I know it's selfish if you say it out loud. Everything has been thanks to him. Until now, I couldn't really think about that. I can think now, though. I'll do my best to fit in and help, too. I see. Mystery key. Oh. That's what I need. I understand. Okay. So I'm halfway there. I was kind of wondering, like, where I was in regards to that. But now I see. Actually, your text doesn't really matter, huh? Okay. And it's only by 1, too, so it's like, whatever. Your magic does matter, though. Oh, by 1... Yeah, whatever. Who the fuck is this guy? Caw. I see. I love spamming. That's a little noises to me. Why is my soul slower? Oh, everything's slower. Okay, I see. Don't hit me. You got slobbered on? I see. Fuck this guy. At least everything was slower, because these were fast, and like my soul was slow. Like, oh my god, that would suck. Oh my god, but this attack though, it sucks. With the soul being slow. guy's right. This guy layers right. Unless we can keep going back and forth on the dash gates and can wait until you see a balloon. Okay. I'll do that. On this next screen? This week? Yeah. I understand. Bye. And pop a balloon after you see it? Okay. I don't see a balloon. Yeah, this balloon doesn't want to spawn. Damn, what the fuck? Oh, I see. It's random. Okay, I see. I see. I understand. I thought it was like... I don't know, I thought it was like guaranteed on one of the spots, but I guess not. Oh, that's kind of stupid. Balloon! 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 Oh wait, it's... Stats for me. Hello, Toby Fox. What are you doing, Toby Fox? What do I do, Toby Fox? I would be swinging from tree to tree. Wait, so what do I do? Follow the dog. Oh, I see. I thought I just had to like figure it out. I see. What is bro doing? Why is bro like this? Bro, you gotta stop. Thank you, bro. But you gotta stop doing that. Bye! No, he's following me. He's behind the tree. He's behind the tree. Oh, there's a man here. He offers you something. Is it the egg? You received- yeah, it's the egg. What if I asked for more? The man nodded vigorously. He pointed into the distance. Over there was another tree. In fact, it seemed very much like this tree. Craning your head, you noticed that there was another tree after that. It felt a little bit like looking into a series of mirrors. Your head began to spin. The man saw this and looked concerned. He seemed like he wanted to speak, but... Well, the man smiled. And he waved goodbye for now. Thank you, egg. You didn't get all the egg. Yeah, I didn't. I told you I was gonna do that on another save file, because... This is like my... stream, no one has told me what to do save file, and I didn't look anything up save file, so yeah. That's what. Besides, I think it's good I didn't do it now, because I want to do it on a different Switch account, because Weird Root corrupts your normal root save, like your pacifist root save. That's why I'm kind of glad I didn't do it. So now I only had to do it once. Like, that this one tells you if you don't have all the eggs. It's kind of cool. Why do you make me kill you? Also, I only have 5 pink coins. Is that how much I should have by this point? Or should I have more? Bye. You good? I didn't know that. thought that's how I watched the Dennis we were discussing the chapter. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of glad I haven't done it yet. How the fuck do I go over there? Like, why are they down there? I don't understand. Why is there shit down here? I'm so confused. There's shit down there and I don't like it. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. How do I get that then? It's getting closer, I don't like it. There's one at a time. You need to spin them. Go in. At the top. Oh. What? Okay. Now I almost made it. I like that was almost gonna hit me. Can I just... No, I can't. Okay. I see. It's a bit more intricate. This is one that goes in introduction to science. That's the one you need. I see. Oh god, hit me. That's crazy. I see. Rosie, please, get your fucking fat ass over here, thank you. I see. Hello. Oh, what's this? To be fair, I don't know how to fight these. I just like kind of spamming it. And it's working. This is like, okay, whatever. Ouch. Yeah, see, whatever, it worked. When it was platformer, did you pop chant? I see. Can I talk to you? No, okay, you're just like forever trapped. That's modern Sisyphus right there if you think about it, actually. I didn't think Toby Fox would dwell on such topics, but he did. Just modern Sisyphus right there, in front of my eyes, you know? What do I do about that? Able to get the cheese. I love platformers. Ouch. I like on the A button, and then it did things, so whatever. Yippee! Oh, not you again. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Where once was a chest, you found... hat. Thank you, I didn't need to buy one, but whatever. I love hat. Thank you, hat. I love you. Thanks for the hat. What this? Fox. Erm. No, come back here now. Okay. I feel like that does nothing. I mean, it did 50, I guess, but still. Like, I could just do this for like free 30, you know? Oh wait, never mind, it still does nothing. I thought it was 30 on everything. I guess not. That landed on me, what the hell? Don't land on me. It's just because I don't like the other one. The one with the rabbit. Oh my god, bruh. Actually, wait, this'll work. I mean, just in case, I guess, whatever. Yeah, you know, whatever. Wait, what the? Arm. Oh, it's a Rousey weapon. Okay, fine. I don't know what to like those fake stats, I mean. Those not so fake stats, there's no room to take a bite. You should have made a reservation. Oh, I see. That's how I'm supposed to solve it. Is I just open a chest. Oh, I can't go up there. Oh. Okay, whatever. Ouch. I understand what I had to do. But like, I don't have the brain power to do it right now. Okay, I do have the brain power to do it. Whatever, fuck you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Japan. I love you. Oh no, Steve, enjoy this chapter. Okay. Good night. Where am I? I don't know what I got. Wait, what did I get? Wait, where am I now? Hello? Not an enemy? Would you hate me if I was actually an enemy? I would hate you. Good thing I'm not an enemy then. Oh, now I'm back up here. Okay, I see. I see. I see. Okay. Look, they're following. They're following. We got it this time, Aqua. Just use the wind to your advantage. Okay. Now, fuck your wind. Hey, that's not supposed to go out. It's my wind now, bitch. Why are your swords everywhere? Get that shit out of here. I said get that shit out of here. Oh, that just gives me money. I see. Yeah, get that shit out of here. Rails run down the edge of the hard bow, the castle's above. How many coins should I get? I think we lost him. The castle's just up here, but how are we supposed to get up? Ooh, I know, we could use the pedal feather to jump up. Huh? Aqua, that's actually a great idea, give it here. Okay. The what? Why don't I give you something I don't have? What do you mean you don't have it? Some friends are keeping it safe as a prize. Friends? Hello. I'm a friend. Hi, my friend Aqua. My friend. I'm a friend. Let's see what you want to stop. It is sometimes called friends. I'm a friend. Those are enemies, now we're trapped. I love Aqua so much. I'm a friend, bro. What do you mean? Enemies, friends, can they be both? I guess. Why am I getting pegged? Aqua, listen. A friend is someone you like to see. Enemy is someone you stab with a knife. Bro, real. I don't get his third difference. Real. No difference.
Okay.
Then let's play friendship game. Oh. What the fuck? I thought I could get out of here. Oh my god. They hate me. They hate me. Sorry, I'm looking at all my fucking pings because I'm getting pinged for some reason. I don't know why. I just keep getting DM'd whenever I stream. It's kind of weird. I don't know why it happens. When it's here, and I don't know why. Okay. I am so popular. Everyone praise success IQ. Really? I'm hoping to be just like my aiming here. Wait, I know this tactic. You're trying to make us drop our guard. Get that out of— oh my god. Shall we continue? Aqualone might have been trouble for you, but I, the master technician, have analyzed your battle data. This is your weakness, isn't it? What Aqua hit you with the most. This isn't true. This is a lie. Stop lying. Aqua hit me the least with that. What, you didn't get hit at all? Aqua, you dummy, you must have been using the attack wrong. I'm a dummy. Shall I go limp and dance? Or just do something else? No, don't be impressed. Look. No. Ouch. Once again, my ass is proved before, even vegetable. We're not going to let you figure out our strategy. No, Aqua, it's time for mixing up. Next time, use that attack. That attack, okay. I used to think Aqua's how Chris used to be before we happened. Do I have to do the slow thing? Bye. Uncle, what would you think I meant that attack? Wasn't that your proudest move you planned beforehand? Silence, just use what we were using. What if I just keep flattering? You won't trick us. Yeah, I just have to keep flattering. Ouch, I don't know why I went into that one. I was weakness, we just have to keep using it over and over. Scared yet? This time you guys are gonna want to run away. Alright, Aqua, use the same attack one more time and it's over. Aqua, doing the same thing is boring. Using the same move and only attacking the same people. I really can't see where it is because of her. Oh, did I just stay with her? With Seth? No? Okay. Else what? I wonder who else I can attack. Bye, Aqua. Paichu's only holding me back anyway. Stop. Oh my god, Aqua's only a part of my master plan. But the king or queen of this battle is blossoming before you right now. It's time for my ultimate tactic. Watch and learn. Oh my god, more Undertale attack. Ouch. Ouch. Susie's dead. Lose. I couldn't really read. Why it do so much damage? This is making me dizzy. Ouch. I told you it's making me dizzy. Ouch. I can't see. I still have one more tactic. Help me come back, please. Oh, hello. Oh, are you playing a screaming game? There, help me run away, dummy. Running. Oh, bye. I wish I could see. Like we climb up to the castle now. Yeah, Chris, come on. I love climbing. Let's climb. No, let's climb. I pressed the wrong button. Let's climb, bitch. Get that money for me. Let's climb. Can I? Another pillar back to the light world? I'm never gonna use that. Why are there so many pillars? There's the entrance. Oh wait, that was the entrance? So you finally got here. Larry, you really want to save your father, don't you, Chris? Is what I'd like to say, but I don't believe you. Ever since that fated day, the family Asgore loves has caused him nothing but misery. His love for Toriel, his love for Azrael, his love for you. In the end, it's brought him nothing but despair. Despair to his kind and pure heart. But we're going to fix all that. This will be Asgore's perfect world, and us his perfect family. We'll show him a love stronger than Toriel's, stronger than yours. Chris, if you really care about your father, just leave now. We don't want to see you get hurt either. You can't just replace Chris. What about how Chris's dad feels? Good point, Susie. Why don't you ask him yourself? Hey, Asgore. Oh my god. Oh, bye, browser. Sorry, what is it? I'm very... Asgore doesn't think more of his family. This burgers a... Yeah, Chris. Why are you still here? Leave. Oh my god, what the fuck? Asgore, why? Asgore, why? Chris. Wait, his armor is the other... Oh my god, don't come back. He still has aura. Hey, wait, open up, are you crazy? Hey. It's locked. What do we do? Hey, Chris, what do we do? Should we just break down a door or something? Can we smash a window? Yeah, you're right. The darkness is pouring out, everyone would notice. And that just means more people in danger, right? Then if we could just... Chris, should we just tell somebody? That someone could wait here. They could catch the night and... there's a back door. How did you say so earlier, dumbass? True, why didn't you say that? Why didn't you say... What the fuck? Why did we say that? Why did no one say this? Why are we stupid? I could have said it. Chris could have said it. I think we're both stupid. Hey, Chris made us too. Never made a dark fountain. Probably used the back door, right? You were kind of back there earlier, right? Oh no. You didn't see anyone, did you? I did nothing. Bitch, I did nothing. No, you didn't. Otherwise, you would have said already, right? Yeah, bitch, I did nothing. Fuck you, I did nothing. Fingers in his hands. Awesome, we're back now. We just need to find you. Your dad. Nah, I guess that's not gonna work now, huh? I'm surprised there hasn't been a remix of Asgore. Hey Chris, what's going on with your dad? Nobody kick us out, did he? It's probably the boss though, huh? Oh, I'm stuck.
What a predictable creature.
Thank you.
Get a chance.
You know, every castle has a jail, right? And just like all castles, you're never getting out. Haha, flowers. That stupid, nice-smelling jerk. We're stuck in... Bro, we've been in jail like every chapter. You're an expert at this, right, Chris? Show me what you got. Moss. Your moss drinks water to perpetuate the cycle of life. I had to perpetuate the cycle. Alright, that's gotta help somehow. Oh my god, he does the laugh. Why? Once again.
What a predictable creature.
You don't think we didn't predict that? Oh my god, all the moss. Oh. Ooh, what are you guys playing? Jail? Ooh, that sounds fun. How do you play? How do you play? Hey, if all three of us get out, you win. Ooh, I know how. I know how. Says let us out so we win. Aqua, why are you? Those are enemies. Get out of there. Hey, we can be friends with Aqua too, right? Aqua? Ooh, really? Yay, friends! You can't be friends with both of them and me, pick one. Ooh, I can only choose one friend, Seth or Susie. Ooh, but you're both purple. I love purple. I choose you. Don't say it. I can't trust. You won't choose the right answer, so go. Ooh, we won. I did it. We won. Yay, we're all friends. I love friends. Bye. Oh, Chris, let's go. Bye. I'm gonna go. Alright. I made good on our promise, didn't I? Before you made the Dark World. That if I helped you out, you'd make it worth my while? Oh my god, well, pay up. I want that. I guess I'll give it. Oh. The better but true genius. Hey Chris, why the hell do you have that? That's... Wait, it's Burnley. Why should we try... Wait, Burnley's... I said you should try playing Jail 2, it's fun. Oh my god. What the fuck? Best let's enjoy the pride, bro. That's less than... Why would you do that? At least he passed someone, I guess. Rousey. Anyway, got turned to a butler again. Wait, I should look at the face. We don't have to talk about that. Hey man, you like being a butler and stuff? Yeah. Yeah. That's real, actually. I'm finding it's rather context-based. Sleep too. Mr. Rousey is so pacifying. Yeah, we all got put to sleep, that's why I'm not working. Wait, what? I didn't read it again. The previous filled with power jail thing is cancelled. You are now filled with power from temporary butler Rousey. Okay. I mean, the other guy was me, but whatever. Hang on. I don't know what's happening here. I think my laptop is dead. For some reason. And I don't know why. It's asking for passwords for things I don't have. The dark button must be at the top. Because let's figure out how to get up there. And so it kind of sucks. Because, I don't know how to fix it. Sprout. Sprout! It's an door, but for some reason you can't see through it. Why can't I teleport yet? Asgore always shares dirt, soils, and loans with us. Today we'll return the flower garden to find a sand. The perfect debut for a cowboy show. Why are we so Nihongu Jozu right now? Why am I so Jozu right now? What the fuck? Why am I actually so Jozu right now? What the hell? What the hell? Backwards gone to the dead of night. Oh my god. Wait, they use this sprite. Wait, I know that sprite. Yeah, why am I so Josie right now? I don't understand. Wait, they're nervous in their by themselves? Wait, that's so funny. Wait, that's real. It's good. Hi, new mode. How's it going? Hang on. So option. Wait, no, it's command option. Wait, right? Yeah, I think my shit's dead. Pressing one of your own personal notes, huh?
Here you go. Have a head pat.
I did good. It's fine. The fruits of my research will come to bear. What research? And then I only need one last piece of proof. Them. The creator of the dark. Oh. I'll find them here, I know it. Once you find them, what will you do? Yeah, what will you do? Show them. Give them back all the pain they've inflicted. And then... when I parade their body around... Oh my god, bro, what are you doing? Everyone will finally realize how right I was. That I wasn't crazy. That they weren't conspiracies. That it wasn't my fault. That all I ever wanted to do was help to prevent another tragedy. Bro is insane. Tori, she'll have to forgive me. And finally, everything will go back to normal.
My king.
Yeah, man, that's classic gory for you. Glue, but if I can leave my opinion.
No.
You don't really need Tori anymore.
Diner.
I mean, she doesn't have two diners. The diner. Oh, yes. Whatever am I thinking and saying. Tori certainly never gave me a golden breastplate with her face on it. Oh my god, bro. Aura is lost.
My king.
That's right, man. Let's go. The aura has been lost. Right now. Hey, Chris. What are those papers your dad's gathering? I don't fucking know. Guess I shouldn't ask. Look closely, the wallpaper resembles your father's handwriting. But the letters are all tangled up. It's so Jozu. I don't know what else to say. It's so Jozu. What do I do with this? Why is there a gun? What am I doing? I see. Thank you, Rousey. I love you. He's dead. Chris, I didn't realize, you know? Realize what? Realize what? There's nothing to realize, you know? My dad's not insane. Not that much, your belly's got it real too. No, my dad's not insane. What do you mean? Documents. Brat. I had it. Thank you. Bye. Yeah, my family's not insane. My dad's not insane. How the fuck do I... I don't know how to do anything. How do I do anything? Sorry, I tried to like reset my MacBook, but I don't know how to do it. Yeah, that was my problem, having a MacBook. The door is locked with the yellow key. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I don't see. I'll worry about it later, I guess. Why can't I do anything? Ouch. How do I stop this? Oh. I see. Okay, you know, that makes sense. I should've just waited, I guess. You know, I didn't really realize that that's what it wanted me to do. I just wanted to shoot it. Ouch. But I don't know how to dodge that. Why do I have to chase it still? Oh, thank you, you're dead. Fuck you. Bullet pattern. Why is it a bullet pattern? Guys, how do you reset your MacBook? It's actually kind of pissing me off. Cause it's just stuck here. And I can't do anything about it. Like, I can't see anything. That key, you think it goes to the yellow door? Wait, what am I to find out? Also, where are the other coins? I'm missing like 4 of them? Yeah, I'm missing 4 of them. How do I get them? Not so fast, y'all. This yellow can't go into no human criminals. The name's Yellow. Oh my god. Like the undertow yellow, I saw y'all humans, you crucified blue special flowers. Anything that hurts old blue, that's the ultimate crime. So listen up, you got one last excuse. For justice had its way with you. That wasn't us. Huh? Well, it didn't look like y'all. Really no way it was, they're just flowers that look like us. Flowers, but I don't look a bit like flowers. Neither do you. Well, darn my socks, ain't that so? Sorry for the trouble. Yeah, I'll take along this key. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Wait a darn second. You ain't cruising blues flowers. Mind explaining who did? I don't know. You? Me? We don't even look like a flower, right? Human criminal kinda sounds like you. Oh my god. Oh, that's right, ain't it? As there was not at the scene of the crime. Oh, Blue, forgive me, I was the criminal all along. And for that, I deserve criminal justice. Hey, look, I mean, you didn't know, man. I think you did know. I was so tricked, so even tricked myself into thinking I was ever in justice. Oh, it's worse, I gotta be punished eternal style now. Oh, bye. Fred inside me. We should check on that guy. Yeah, I guess. Goodbye, Fred inside me. I love him. Oh. I wasn't really paying attention. I was just kind of spamming. Take me somewhere. I don't know where. Just take me somewhere. Okay. I guess you can take me. Yeah, whatever. How do I reset my shit? Must guess I can't get in the whole yellow room. Maybe I don't even deserve going in here. Anyway, it's all good. You totally deserve it. I do. Bro, they got me. Yellow key. Okay, where are the other pink coins that I'm missing, by the way? I feel like... I don't know. I feel like I'm close, and I need to find the way that punishes you bad way, the friendly good way. Really gotta get my punishment now. Yeah, have a great day. Bye. Maybe he's joking. I guess we'll see. Oh, howdy, y'all. Just gonna find a good place to bury myself alive. Have a great one. Bro, me. I see. This is yellow strip. I think you'll find might be used as evidence of justice. What does that mean? Maybe we should get some stuff as an alibi. Okay. I understand now. What's this? There's something here. The yellow shirt is added to your evidence. A smoldering fire pit. I understand. My sister stolen scissors. I know how I got here. Me neither. Boot oil. I love boot oil. As course, special hot sand bath before punishing your enemies. Take a load off Tiger. Oh. I see. Oh, it's for you, okay. That makes sense. I get away, you stupid dog. They're falling too slow. No, this is too slow for me. I hate it. Okay. Okay, act scared. I spare you, and then... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, bro, whatever that means. I noticed that it doesn't let you, really stay in the sting anymore. Like, the weapon to, like, yeah. I see. I understand. I understand. Get away from me. I understand. Ow, that almost hit me. Fuck you. But yes, I understand. The door's locked with yellow key. I guess we need another one of yellow key. Oh, okay. Chris the hat. Nice. Damn, wait, yellow. He must be under there. I just started digging. Oh yeah, because he buried himself alive. Howdy, fellas. Don't just stand there and he help us. Yes, why is Fred inside me so stupid? What are y'all doing? Trying to dig you out of the... Thanks, friend inside me. Wait a sec. Hey man, I thought you were buried alive or something. Oh no, sorry, I just left my spare hat here. As a marker, I'll be buried later. Nice, I'll dug a perfect hole just for... Ow. Ow. Actually don't need this. Hell, why is that? Yeah, why is that? Respond to key, okay? You're a nice guy, we didn't need to bury yourself. I don't know what's happening, just things are happening and I don't understand why. You know? I don't know why, it's weird. Things are happening. Now I gotta go to the next room now. All punishment's worse than burying? What? 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 Okay, no. I don't know why I saw it, but I saw it. Kind of a DIY situation here. Just gotta find a way to blow myself up. I deserve it. Because after I mean, do we really need him? Thank you for the evidence. How are you guys doing here? What do you mean us? We're renovating the punishment rooms, so they have an actual use for Asgore. Why the book are you here? Who let you pass? DDF's gonna blow himself up. Ooh, really? Yellow, don't start without me. Bro, real. The cow was in a pinch now. I just gotta look carefully. This iron shows Yellow's finest hour. Actually real though, I don't know. I also want to blow myself up. What? Oh my god, the momentum is so bad. Okay, I see. Like, see? No! Oh my god, bro. Okay, but there is a coin here. Oh my god, bro. This momentum sucks. This momentum sucks. Why can't I make it? It's like I have to hit it on the side. Yeah, I can't hit it like there for some reason. No, I still didn't make it. Why is this the hardest one for me? Okay, there we go. Finally, bro. I don't know why that was so difficult for me. Hello. Where me? Oh, he's hurt me. And bro, stop. And bro, stop, please. What if I just do this? You know, yeah, what if I just do this? Okay, you know what? I think I did it. I think I'm good now. I'm so Jozu right now, but I think I did it. Yeah, I did it, see? That's all I needed. All I needed. 9 on tracks is too comfortable. Oh my god, fuck these swords, bro. How did I not get hit? Whatever. Oh, howdy, look what Aqua helped me do. I helped. I'm tied down to this big old trampoline. And I'm gonna use my hidden technique. What? It takes 120 seconds to charge, so I hope no one breaks it during that time. Don't start attacking me! Bro, fuck this. Why can't I attack the knives? Ouch. I can't hit it. I don't know why I can't hit it. Ouch. Oh, but a knife can hit me. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure, fuck you. Did I win? Okay. I thought we were just trying to get this guy to not kill himself. I don't think I could even get punished, right? Mr. Yellow hurting himself isn't right. It isn't? Not getting hurt won't make anything better. Oh, y'all are too kind once again. As to the heirs of my rays, no hurting myself no longer ain't no good. What's most important is that I don't hurt no others. Exactly. A menace like me belongs behind bars. Bro, just let him rot in jail, please. He's had put on the slide. But, at least he's safe. Yeah, just let him stay there, please. Bye. Where do I go now? I need more coins. How do I get the coins? Me, I like to get totally smashed before the show. It's not legal, but as long as the law doesn't know. Show is starting. Our instructor Dance in Love, watch quietly. Oh wait, I'm the show. Let me just go to the fountain. Oh, who does audience in this place? Sure you know me already, I am love, and so mere symbols cannot contain me, to which you seek to put a face. You may find no more than a butterfly. Oh, that's blue. Though sometimes I prefer the face. You must be... blue, huh? Yes, in this place so am I known. Blue, a flower with shadow cast in the shape of man. Bird from dark, baptized with name and ego. And until the sun rises, I too shall dance my part. Oh, thank you. You healed us? Aren't you supposed to be stopping us? The flower may have directed me so, but in the margins of my role I plead comedy, not tragedy. As Mr. Butterfly says, flowers be not weapons of war. We are mere messengers, messengers of love. And each of you, are you not here because of love? I love love. What? Susie, whose every breath holds Noel's name. Rouse, whose every step is followed in love. And Chris. What's the point about, yeah, what I want to know, okay, to help you reach your love, this is my dream. Chris, you and Flower both care for your father fair. That means I must be an ally to you both. You seem like a nice guy, I guess. You're one of the nicer Flowers dads, bro. Rousey just said you're one of the good ones. Oh, thank you, Mr. Butterfly is blushing. Now I shall hold you no longer, here's my blessing. With the Keykeeper Yellow's blessing, I would like to bequeath upon you my blue key. Past the blue door lies a way to your love. Cool, what is... Yellow, dear, come on out now. It's time to give our guests a special reward. What? Where's Yellow? We don't know. Blue bouncing butterflies. Yellow, dear, our guests are waiting. I should want to make sure he doesn't... Yeah. What do you mean? I think it's fine if he wants to do that, you know? It's not my duty. Wait, what'd that say? Passion voices wither with excitement, probably a good performance. I guess. Do I go in jail? That's strange, I can't find Yellow anywhere. Only pieces of a giant gun. And signs of a struggle. Weird, Ursula was trying to help him. What do you feel on that vibe, Chris? I think I like to look a bit more. No, please. Don't do that, please. No, I gotta stop you. Give me the key. Yeah, this corn and rope left on the tracks. Hat expansion, that can't be good. Why is hat expansion not good? What if hat expansion is very good, actually? Oh my god! Yellow, my dear, where are you? This Scarlet, is he? Look, we don't know anything about this one. This one. Or other ones. What the fuck? Listen, you three, integrity is a virtue. Now, is there anything you would like to tell Mr. Butterfly? No. If you don't, Mr. Butterfly's going to be very angry. Look, there's a misunderstanding and... Yellow's in jail and trying to blow itself up. All of you stay here. Thank you, Aqua. I helped too. Thank you, Aqua. Oh my god, Aqua saved me. I feel like this is where I have to go, I don't know. And I don't want to do that. Actually, maybe that's where I have to go. So I will go there. I don't know where I have to go. I have to go somewhere. There's not... I don't know. I don't know. I'll go here. Stop throwing shit at me like it's fucking Yoshi's Island. I hate it. Oh, thank you. Bye. I knew it. How many do I have now? I don't know. I don't know how much I have now. I would like to know, but I don't know how much I have now. Yellow, dear, how did you get tricked again? Getting stupid. Don't waste your words on me, I'm a criminal. What did you do? I don't know. Oh, get out of there, you poor thing. Bro is stupid. There, Yellow. 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 Ah, Blue, what are you doing? You're helping a criminal. A criminal. They're gonna arrest you too. Ooh, who put you in there? Me. Would you arrest me, Yellow? Never. So who made you feel this way? I used to. Sorry about the mix 'em up earlier. Hey, no problem. It's all good. We're gonna go now. You fooled Yellow, didn't you? What? I was fooled? He was fooled? Just don't got no patience for foolers. Quite so. I'm afraid we'll have to punish you, dear. That's it, criminals, no more mercy. Every crime's in our castle. I know it was all you know, you justice. If you'd like to survive your punishment, find a true culprit of 4 unsolved cases. Yellow Justice to act will begin each trial. And if you lack evidence, please act on me. Revive all loose TP. I guess I'll defend. Why are there so many devil references? Oh my god, why'd I go into it? I freaked out and I went into it! Why is it following me? Use Yellow Justice Act to begin. Oh. You may get... I'm Phoenix, right? Say your case, victim. I was crushed flat. Without permission. It's cool, though. Cool and illegal. What criminals could do such a crime. Find them. Crushed flat. Yeah, I did. Oh, okay. Ain't nothing under my boot. Perhaps it was to preserve it. Crush flat. Oh. Oh. What's your proof? Said to see the inside of your book. Find your sunflower petals pressed inside there. I see. I admit it. I wanted to try pressing flowers. I heard it was scientific. Great work, Blue. Well, you folks proved one crime, not yours, but what about the rest? Playing Smash ain't ever right. I like playing Smash. Smashy Bros. I love Smashy Bros. What's wrong with Smashy Bros? Fuck you. I love Smashy Bros. I would evict him this time. Hi, hello. My favorite yellow shirt done was vandalized. Half of it's all black and smelly. What kind of sick criminal is messing with the man's shirt? Find him. Burn, burn. Who's the liar? Was it on purpose? Yellow's favorite shirt vandalized and turned jet black. With the cord pattern, the edge is black and smells. Okay, so it's this, obviously, but... A shred of yellow fabric with a corn pan and the edge is black and smells. Oh. I see! Okay, it's not you, what the fuck? Can you stop attacking me then? Please, thank you. Yep. Is this you then? I feel like I'm stupid on this one. I don't know. I feel like I'm stupid. Why am I dumb? Okay, what the fuck? Oh, the perpetrator is correct, but okay. I see. Ouch. I understand. I think. And you wanted to make popcorn, so you mistook the cord padded shirt for actual cord. Did it work? No, you didn't yellow. Your shirt was burnt to a crisp. Okay, I know you meant no harm, but it just is justice. Any regrets? Yellow, well, I didn't want to taste that shirt. Are you serious? Oh my god, why am I doing bad now? Sure. I did not go there, bro. Oh my god. That makes sense. Reinstate your case. Green's handkerchief was stolen. Please give it back. A stealer, huh? You better find him. Is he back in the handkerchief with blood? Is there anyone besides Aqua? Very dangerous. Was there another reason for it? Mysterious puddle of a red criminal liquid? Okay, and then what? Acid which could easily be used to cut up cloth. I don't know. Because this isn't like Phoenix Wright, so it's kind of weird. Obviously, which could easily be used to cut up cloth. You know, I'll just choose you. Guess it was me. I killed the handkerchiefs. You didn't, Aqua. You are. I'm wearing them right now. Yes, I wanted to make red ribbons. One color is boring. I also wanted to make a violent crime scene with food coloring. Good job, Aqua. I'm punishing you now. Yay! Okay, so this time it was Aqua. So that whole red spatter was food coloring. Didn't know it was foods. Bro, what is this attack? I hate it. Like, fuck you. Okay, I understand this now. I need evidence. I need evidence. Thank you. Thank you for the evidence that I didn't get. What the fuck? I couldn't see that. Okay, whatever. I got hit all times.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. I'm going to get my... My circus pedal's done was stolen. How could that be? I never told nobody but those. Those were for someone special. I don't forgive whoever did this. Okay, so we should get pedals are gone missing. I knew it. I knew it. Oh my god. Oh, and hi, Crexy. How's it going? Blue. You accused Blue of taking something so special. Why, Ada? I Ada. Yellow, what, Blue? I did it. Oh my god, he's gonna want to kill himself again. This can't happen. Blue, you tend to take my special petals. Alas, that you would find out this way. Then I got no choice. If Blue's a criminal stealer, then I. Hi, Prince Anime. Then I. Yellow Tea, you're holding the gun the wrong way. No, I ain't. I don't want to be injustice if I gotta put it in Blue. He's dead. Oh, Yellow Deer slipped not into such fragrant melancholy, and can't the petals of your mind die? Why would I endeavor to make such folly? I don't know, can I get a hint? Wow, this bouquet's fragrance speak for itself. Who the? You made a special surprise get out of our petals? Blue, it's wonderful, it's beautiful. I'm a criminal to ever tell you. Well, misunderstanding is bitter, but realization is sweet. You know, there's a right and kind sort, I guess. Fuck you. Let's forget all this fighting nonsense. I gotta find a new base for my noggin. Why is he like this? Oh, a man of law whose judgment wavers like chaos. And those contradictions bear passion, isn't that beautiful? By the way, you three, they'll let me leave. No more tricking Yellow, got it? Yeah, definitely. Wonderful. Then go forth with love in your steps. Let me leave. I don't want to be here no more. Well, all's well that ends well, right? Yeah, bye. Wait, where am I? This on Steam? This is on everything. Susie, by the way, would you like any advice? Well, which flowers might best represent your love? Yeah, sure. Oh, bye. I guess it's just us now. Chris, what if we... No, I mean, I was actually thinking, what if we kept our eyes open and just let Susie have some time to herself? Walk over and see Susie? I guess I'll hang out with you. Right, normally, haha. I feel like there might be something over to the right. Oh.
Hey there, little guy.
I want him dead. I get down from there, you fuck.
No.
How can you still be messing around? You know we're going to see your Dark Fountain, right? Bro, I love his face. I love his stupid ass face right now. Are we so bad for having a Dark Fountain? Yeah? Obviously, that's why you need to let us... The absolute rage bait. I hate him. So that would mean... So that mean the one who made this Dark Fountain is a bad person too? Oh, yeah, okay, what, Kato got your tongue? Yeah, push him away. I don't need to talk about this with you, especially in that pose. Whatever floats your flower, but I wonder if there's someone else you should talk to about it. But let's go, Chris. Nobody wants to call me a bad person, but I am a bad person. You should all just say that. Chris, there's a hot spring here. Oh no, did you want to try it with you? I guess so. I guess I'll relax. I guess I'll die. In-game, obviously. Oh, my glasses are fogging up. No, not with the glasses. Oh my god, thanks for the heart. Hello. Sorry, there's some water in my eye. No, don't put on your glasses, bro. You're just gonna be like annoyed the whole time. Is there anything you wanted to talk about? Dark fountain. Right, how do I say this? I don't think there should be more dark fountains, Chris. No, making them is bad. It's very bad. The more darkness gets released, the closer the roaring becomes. And it happens. I believe it'll mean the end of the story. But, Chris, yesterday when you played that giant piano, your performance, it had something beyond the notes. After you left for the festival today, I tried to play that song too, on the piano in Castletown. But I couldn't do it like you. If you press the same keys, your fingers just know something that mine don't. What do you mean by that? You must be really special, Chris. There's a reason why you're the hero. And that's why I'm putting all my faith in you. That no matter what path we take to get there, that even if we do something I disagree with, all it means is that I don't understand it yet. Right? Yeah. The end of the story. We had to avoid it. We have to. But at the same time, I do believe if a happy ending does exist somehow, it's with you, Chris. Drink all the water in the pool. Yeah, you know, I could ruin this happy moment right now. I won't. I'm gonna flirt with this bitch. Oh, thank you for ruining it. I'm trying to love someone. What the fuck are you doing? How many points is that? Touch. Let's get out. Make sure stupid spreads through water. Yep. It does. I think. Yep. I love ruining emotional moments. Man, Blue is really awesome. You think he'd want to come to our castle town? Oh, I'm sorry, Susie. I forgot to tell you. 7 flowers. They're very delicate, and they don't get taken care of. I see. This is probably going to be their only dark world. What the hell? Well, I guess that's just how it goes, I guess. I'm sorry, I should've. What the fuck? We'll just enjoy hanging out while we're here, alright? Alright, thank you, Susie. They're gonna die. I feel like I'm missing so many petals, by the way. But you know what? Whatever. I need more. Wait, I still have the right side to do. Wait, I forgot. Oh my god. You can now take a break with Yellow. You can also take a break with Aqua. You can also take a break with Blue. Oh my god, I can take breaks with so many people. Oh my god, I'm so breaked out right now. Wait, there's so much. Why is there so much? And why does it cost so much? I guess I'll do it. Blue, 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 we are knife friends. And Blue, here's change your shape, change your shape. There's, yeah. Again, change again. Aqua outfit, oh my god. Ew, wait, why can you change shape but not do magic? Here's magic, do magic. Yippee. Don't do that anymore. Bro, what the fuck? What did I do? What is happening? Is knives a justice? No, Aqua, it ain't ever justice to play with knives. Here, real justice is playing with guns. True. Thanks, Yellow. Go show Seth. Hi, Eclipse. How's it going? Oh my god, wait. I can do that too. Hang on. Yeah. And I can help you be a little bit more proper. Since I don't have ears. Well, yours is better. Well, you know how to do that. You know how to do that. There's an easy solution. Actually, I don't know what that solution is. Come on, speak to your love is how the world revolves. What the fuck? A revolution written in feathered pen and clashed by feathered sword. That was the butterflies in your heart. That sink to your feet and dance, oh dance. Oh, I get it. I think I love throwing things at people. How beautiful. It is beautiful. Bro, I love that. Do you have any smoked herbs like oregano? Oregano. Smoking herbs, that's illegal, son. I didn't mean I love weed. It's cannibalism, herbs are friends. I said parsley. Parsley, cut, nab, stab, look. Justice doesn't turn a blind eye to parsley. What the fuck did Elvis Parsley do to you, bro? See, just love ale, you sweet violet. But each step your foot leaves imprints of hooves. I mean, I don't really... What are these bits? I don't know what love is. It's even hard just to say it. I heard weed, I love weed. I mean, every time we have a break, all I can think about is her heartbeat. Damn, it's embarrassing to say that. But I don't know, is that... I mean, can I even... Susie, if even a flower can love, so can you. The shape of love may change, it may be different for each being. But as long as that shape contains you, all you can do is step forward and let it guide you. Thanks, I want to try. Thank you, what's this? Oh, I can buy things. I'm gonna buy more green tea. All the green tea. Play your game, I'm playing the game. Oh my god, hi, Freya, again. You died for a bit. And I killed this guy. And he deserved it. I don't know what he did, but he deserved it. I'm gonna kill this guy. Sorry, Deltarune, thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. I'm killing people. Oh, I can't kill this guy. What the fuck, I wanted to kill him. I can't do it, no. Why I gotta turn all the green? Okay, turn all the green, what happens now? I win, okay. Give me... I gotta kill this guy. I don't know why. They deserve it. I don't know what they did. Oh, what's up here? Is it a coin? Please be a coin. I want it to be a coin. Yes! Okay, give me... Okay. No. No. They're taunting me, bro. I can't get it. I want it, but I want it so bad, but I can't get it. Not right now. Why is that guy there? You know, I won't question it. The story, you think he'll like it? Actually, wait, you know what? I will do it, because I think I have to recruit multiple, right? I don't know how much. Ouch. I'm trying to do shit, bruh. It sucks. I kind of focusing more on the watering than myself. And you know, that's the problem. How'd that not count? Okay, there we go. Oh my god, finally. Rosie almost died again. That would have been bad. I just be dying, I don't know. Everything sucks. Here, Aqua stopped them. I see. I can't get past this. I see. Ouch. I don't know why I did that. I'm being so free. I don't know why I did that. How'd you like that? I didn't like it. Is there anything here? Please. I just want to know. Oh, there's a thing here. I think Ask World like my knives. I feel like there is a thing here. But I don't know. There's so many moments where I feel like I should get hit and then I don't get hit. And it kind of confuses me. Interest. No, I had to go back. I had to go back. Cause I think there's another way. I just went left. I love the flowers. I love the flowers. I love flowers. Like there's another way, right? I think there was. No, okay. Never mind, I'm just stupid. There's that pink coin chest, and I'm like, I don't know how to get it, but I want it. Cause I need to buy the key. I need to unlock the teleport first, but then I can buy the key. I don't know how much I have. I think I have like 8 or 9. I know it's not 10. There's 18. Yeah, but I think I have 8 or 9. The Strange World, the Dark Fountain. All of this, I have to prove it's true. Here, if I can just compare it to my old notes. I can't read them. The words are... It's stupid. The words are mixed up. Damn it. No, not
Hey,
you.
boys.
Hey, fruit juice, you've been working too much to play.
Flowers blooms in your heart.
Knock those socks off after a hard day and enjoy some of your ideal world in Diner 2. Flowery, can't you see I'm busy here? If I can just prove this, I'll finally... But I'm gonna think about she sucks to fight.
Mysterious wind.
I'll do it. Well, Mysterious Wind. What the...
No way, it's your children.
What? Forget about your family's trouble.
Smile again.
French is just a smile away. Ask her, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Hey, don't be sorry, show your story. Right, Asgore, sir. I have a book I want to read you. And I have a tooth I want to smile at you.
My king.
They're so cute. Look at my king when you're with
The
us.
boys.
You're with the boys. Even when someone's girls. Okay, so that green thing is a flower. Okay, I kinda guessed that. I suppose you're right. Come along, little ones. Flowery, just had those documents for me later.
The diner.
So says the world to me, champ. Why is Flowery like this? What the fuck is this? These old documents, Chris. Did your dad write these? But wait, the text is all messed up. I think you can figure it out? I suppose I could try if I can just concentrate on where the letters are supposed to be then. I can't get it. It's something about the dark world. Wait, I don't get it. Why would your dad have notes about the dark world if you just got here? No, Susie, it's something about a dark world a long time ago. The bugger. How long has the dark world existed? Since the beginning of time or something, I don't know.
Hey guys, I think I found a glue.
I hate him. Chris, why don't you just ask me for help first? Okay. Thanks, Chris. that board can be platforms we can jump on, parts of platforms we can solve. Oh, I see. I understand.
Hey guys, I think I found a glue.
I don't want to talk to you. So like that. So like. Yeah, like that. I made a penis. That's what I made. And then do I just do this? You shadows this platform. I did, I think. Oh wait, I see what. Yeah, I see what you mean. Wait, that means it has to be down here because I can't go anywhere. Wait, and how do I get this? Yeah, whatever. Oh, they're just like actual like blocks. Okay, no, because then I can't. So then I do this, right? And then... like, maybe that? Yeah, okay. That's cool, but now I have to get over there. No. Yeah, now I have to get over there. There's more shades. Do I just do this? Will this work? I don't need this to work, right? And I can put this there, right? And then like... maybe? Cause oh my god. Can Chris jump that high? No. Okay, well... maybe there? Oh, wait. No, I didn't want to do that. Oh my god. I think I had it like perfect. Okay, there we go. I think this is what I do. I don't know why I keep pressing that to jump. Okay, I kind of have it perfect. Not really. But I can get over there, at least. Yeah, I can get on this side at least. That's all I can do. Oh, there is a purple coin. Oh my god. I knew it. I knew I needed it. Wait, what is same principle but over here? And then I just do this to like make it easier, I guess. Wait, yeah, what if I just do this? No, a little bit higher. Oh my god, bro. I'm so stupid. Oh, this worked. Yippee!
falling.
He is falling. Okay, I did it.
Glue.
A sign of fire's space for Rally's runes. Kinda got a point. My room already has enough, thank you.
I'm
Okay, then.
falling.
No. I want it. I want that shit. Oh wait, we never met Orange, huh? Wow, did you hear something just now? Maybe it came from over there. Yeah, I'm happy to hear. I'm Orange, this world's strongest and bestest human. A human tough enough to protect Asgore from his tears. A human that will always be by his side. Not like you three shrimps. After your pathetic excuses for humans. You look more like a wrinkled boot. Who the fuck? Blueberry. Oh wait, no, it's not. I thought someone was doing something to me. A wrinkled grapeberry, and the third guy needs to wear a hat. And sounded like someone was talking behind a paper wall. Well, maybe it was nothing. Nothing? What do you mean nothing, you palace screwy boy? Your brain's not big enough for words. This is my fist. Of course. Wait, an attack. Oh, thank you. I wanted to leave. Okay, whatever. An orange bullet pattern. I just want to leave, bro. That's all I want. Was it supposed to be that easy? It wasn't easy. You just did it wrong. I do everything wrong, don't worry. See, I told you. I do everything wrong. What? Okay. Oh, wait, they do 1 damage too. Yeah, see, that's what I wanted. Do I go there? This is where I go. I'm going here. Oh, pink coin, yay. Why are there so many pink coins here? It's weird. You're eating dinner? I see. I don't know why I read that so late. It's because I was trying to figure out how to do that other pink coin. Not the pink coin, you know, the thing. Please want to ride the choo-choo? I do want to ride the choo-choo. Oh. It's so lame, everyone on the lane train. Bro, I love this thing. I love this shit. I choose you, Susie. Thanks, man. I never been. I love this shit. You should choose before. Bro, I love the choo-choo. I don't know what to tell you. I love that shit. I bet there's something higher. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I love that shit. Oh, is that it? Okay. Well, that was easy. I'd be strong if I wasn't hungry. Well, that's it. You realize you don't know how to pick this up. Okay. Of course, Mr. Asgore. I know you're very busy. I'll pick a more interesting story next time, too. He only wanted to listen to a few pages. Well, he has to concentrate on his research, right? I can relate. Yeah. Yeah, he loves you so much. What the fuck are you guys doing here? See, he loves you so much. Adventure things? Did Orange stop you? He's Orange. Orange, are you hiding behind the walls again? No. You are. Yeah, because you're gonna make fun of me. That's it, Orange might have been nothing but... There's another flower. With unbelievable powers. Try and survive this. Oh, bye. Oh, it's you. Oh, from the trial, your name was... Green. Yep. It's nice to meet you. Good to finally meet up for... I love green. They're meeting green. You're fire, right? Then wait, aren't you gonna... Oh. I love cheese. Thank you for the cheese, bro. Hey, the cheese rules. Never tasted anything so delicious. Give me more cheese. You're the best boss account ever, Green. Yeah, you're our best enemy, Green. Give me the cheese. Oh my god. I didn't get to eat any cheese. Thank you so much, I didn't get to eat any cheese. Bye. Bye. Why'd I have to do everything myself? And did you really have to make them a shortcut back to the cafe? Bye. Okay, wait. I guess this shortcut... Is the teleport gonna work? You cannot take a break if it's green. Wait, is it gonna work, the shortcut? No, why doesn't it work? I want to see how much coins I have. But whatever. Do I really want to read all this? I don't think I do. Whatever. I'm leaving. Wait, no, but I do want to save. Bye. I don't know, I want to see the coins. I want to do the secret boss. I at least want to unlock the secret boss. Just said not to let you pass under any circumstance, unless you found at least 3 boxes. Just said this. I can find boxes. Yeah, that's easy, bro. I can do that. Yeah, that's easy. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, see, here's a fox. That's not a fox. Oh, there's a fox. Yippee! Here you go, yeah, +1 fox. Why is it still playing the Donkey Kong sound? Wow, ouch. I feel like there's a fox there. But I don't know how you can really tell. Because they all look the same. Oh wait, oh no. Yeah, see, they all look the same. Didn't want to get too much towards this game. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Oh, goodbye, Freya. My eyes are too bad for this, I can't see. I told you I have bad eyes. Look, I gotta check this one. No, okay. I going in here. I told you my eyesight's bad, bro. Why are you making me do this? Okay. I don't want to do this. I feel like that shouldn't have hit me. I can't water anymore. Bro. I'm... Okay, thank you. Bye. Where is it? Oh, that counts? Okay, that's all I had to do. Okay. I feel like there's one here. But I can't see it. It's like behind there, right? I don't know. Oh. Oh, thank you. I love that box. Okay, that's 4, that's 3. What am I saying? Okay, it's like, yeah. Am I supposed to figure me out? I said, look, they stopped me. I melted. Kobe box. This is embarrassing for both of us, you know. Now hurry up and put me down. At least can read a more relevant fashion. Hi, Kazuma. Give me. Going to be Mexican? Okay. How much is that for? I mean, they said I only need 3, right? Yay! You found the box, you found the boxes! But you missed one! Oh. I mean, I can kill you. Easily. What are you playing? What are you playing? Copy game, don't touch the originals! Ouch. I can't touch that one. Have you seen what? Bye! Oh wait, that was it, okay. Already have 4, okay, whatever. That's why I need that shit. How do I find the 5th one? By doing this. Yes, this is how we do it. I don't think it's true, but whatever. It's probably another one, the fucking thing. Yeah, cause that one there. Or here, actually. But, how do I move this? When I can't do anything to move it. What the fuck? Cause yeah, those are all rocks. So I'm guessing it's in the other thing. There's probably another fox in the curtain. Either that or it's like this door. But I can't move this shit, so... tough luck, I guess. What if I do all this? Yeah, what if I just kill everything? What if I do this? I'll do it. Don't test me, I will. I will do it. Wait, what? Oh, that was it. Okay. Yippee! Okay, what does do? Oh, I got a pink coin. Okay, give me. Is it a truth of dream paper? Be careful not to let it touch. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I didn't want to do that, whatever. How you doing? I'm doing good. Seems optional. I just be doing shit. Wait, what's up there? What's up there? Beside the sign? Oh. I'm just right. I can see, I guess. You know, it might be right. No, actually it's not right, because now I can't go there, yeah. Yeah, this is not right. Okay, I was close though. Yeah, that one big shape there, that's good. But this, wait, will I care? That's all I can think of. No. No. Wait, what if I... No, that doesn't work. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. I thought I could, like, I don't know, cheese it. Okay, then. What's about to this? This is probably wrong, too. Cause I still have to go in there. I mean, it's optional. I don't care about that sign. Fuck you. Fuck that sign. That sign sucks. You're back. I am back. Hello. I love being back. If you guys ignore me, I'm gonna go Omega. Omega what? What the fuck you doing? What the hell are you doing? Ouch. I'm so glad I saw that knife. Guys, I'm going Omega. No, don't go Omega, bro. Why would he do this? You can't do that. It's not allowed. I'm actually not allowing it. I need to save. I only have to do everything myself, don't I? I realized last time we lost because you could act. So this time, it's time for my counter tactic. Infinite invincible actless internal sync double. And I'll help. No, I can't act, bro. What the fuck? Oh, I see. I understand what I must do. Yep, that's what I had to do. Yeah, Z, that's what I had to do. Oh my god, bro. Why is it all the way over there? Why are you being mean? Why are you useless? You're making us lose. Ouch. I win. Hell yeah. Way to go, Chibi's, you win my attack. Oh, Orange is a mouse? Wait, so cute. I'm Orange, the world's strongest human. Human? Yeah, look. Long human nose, round human ears, big human tail. What are you laughing at, Chibi? Why, she's just a cute little mouse. Humans don't have tails, right, Susie? When they pack a punch. They don't. You're lying just like Seth. You're just jealous you don't have a hat to hide your stupid face. Hey, I am a human, I'm brave and hairy, and your dad loves me. You got a problem with that? Talk to my fist. Uh oh. Bro does nothing. His magic fists were stronger. Imagine me healed. Good job, that really hurt. Hey, you know, you keep practicing. Stop treating me like a little chibi, you bullies. I can do more than 0 damage. I can do 1. I'm just hungry. I'm also hungry. Hey, Rousey. What, Susie? Nothing. Doesn't matter. What you saying? What you gonna say? What's down here? What you gonna say? Oh, it gravitates. Yippee. Yeah, but what you gonna say? How do I get that wood, actually? Oh, that's how I get... Why is it green? I see. You know what? That makes sense, I guess. Not really. So I just have to hurry up then. I'm not hurrying up. Now! Yeah, fuck you! Okay, I think I have enough pink coins now, though. I'm just gonna save. How do I check? Is it? Would it be in here? No, I can't see. Okay, I just had to like hope that I have enough. Orange, how you doing? You bullies. Green. They were picking on me. No, we weren't. They were too. Green, you're cool, right? Green, don't listen to them. They're mean. Green, promise you weren't doing anything bad. Green. Green. We're pissing them off. Oh my god. We disappointed Green by fighting. Yeah, let's just go. I don't think they know what we've unleashed. No response. Bye. Wait a second, didn't Flowery tell us to stop you guys? Green! Get me something to eat. Oh wait, they weren't lying. Okay, look who's getting picked on now. I thought they were. I need TP, this sucks. Okay, you defend then. I guess. Here comes a giant fizz. Remember those fries? There's 5 foods and I can show them my Omega 3. No, mine. Fuck you. It's getting very hard to stay still. Look, Orange, if you're hungry, it's your favorite. Here comes your plate. Yum. Are you trying to make me feel stupid? Yes, you have the stupidest thing you can block my favorites. Well, go ahead and try to keep up green fast food. Behind. Oh my god. That's 4. Well, 6, 7. You know, I kinda can get hit, right? Because it'll still heal me, right? No, we got 1, that's all he needed! Honey Foods, these neutrons don't have me resting in your jimmies. Flavor Blasted, Flavor Blessed Omega 3. This is just that one flowery attack. To be fair, they've all been that one flowery attack. Ouch. The music. Oh, it only heals TP! Oh, I thought it healed me. Still hungry, Orange? Not a much cheddar, right, either those cheese might not be your thing, so how about some ratatouille? This candy is the glue that keeps us close. No, maybe I thought it would make it too easy, you know? And maybe that's why I did it. Orange, I'm afraid this hasn't come across right, but if we're friends with Green, we should get along. Well, I guess the Green wants us to. Right? And I have an idea how we understand each other, how we can understand each other better. First, we'll wear these cute costumes. Then we don't have to be a mess all by yourself. Come on, everyone, let's do and make up. Susie. Guys, can we do this different? Like, just beat them up or something? I'm implying that you can beat me up. I mean, yeah, it's just obvious though. That's bullying. That's enough singling me out. You want to catch his hands and catch my Omega. I don't like this. I don't like this. Ouch. Well, I only got hit once, okay. What'd you think of that? Well, Green? Green, you thought it was cool? Did it just lag? I don't think so. Even I gotta admit they're badass too. Me too, I'd also say it's bad. In the ass way, of course. No, I mean in the... You're not condescending me, you're admiring me. I guess. On your punch packed real kick. Even if you, do lactose. Lactose? Huh? You're still talking about cheese. I mean, I thought you were done bullying me. Riley's a bully, bro. You know, no wonder Flowery fucking bullies him. He deserves it. He deadass deserves it. Is Green the goat? Yeah. What's up? Hello, bitch. Want to tell me a recipe for some really yummy holiday cookies? Sorry, guys, I'll be right back. Bye. I love Green. Suppose we should give her some space. I want to see what she's doing. If you want to, I was thinking, maybe this time you could give her some privacy. Maybe I'll go look for some flowers too. Those eyes and think about Rousey or chill. Please let it change. Please let everything be alright. Please have mercy on them. Have mercy on Susie. What's this guy doing? Gotta find the flowers. Got a lot on your mind, huh? Aren't you mad Susie and Chris got out of jail? Only because Aqua and Seth made friends, and that's another step closer to understanding each other. Don't act like you have an actual plan. Bro, why are you so rude to him? So what are you up to, praying? Of course, every chance I get, I pray. You got a kind and loving heart, Rally. How much you think doing that helps? I have to believe it's all I can do. Sure, we already have everything you need. Why not just put your faith in yourself? Do you really have so little? Why is he so angry? My faith is nothing like your arrogance. You had no way of defeating anyone. You know, if I let myself go like you, I could burn you down in an instant. But you haven't. Because it would make everything worse. It's because you want to see if I can win, right? If I can stop you and defy fate. No one can do the impossible. Says the impossibility himself. Wait, smile again, I know no matter what. You guys are gonna save the world. I suppose so. Take this for a go. What the fuck is this? Drink vouchers for the cafe, pick your fave. But since you would like the root drink and Chris, wanna try this one, right? Blue and pink? No, how did you know that? You're looking at it the longest. Just get your fave and don't worry about Chris. Got it, princess? Oh my god. What does he mean by this? What are you two doing? Checking for mites and fleas. Idiot. Find any? What would he have, please? What would he have, please? I don't understand why they would have, please. Really awesome. You had the purple one and Chris. Here you go. Of course, Chris. Great then, I'll take the blue and pink one. I know it. I love you. What if I got that one? Free drinks, let's go. I love drinks. I need me my drink. Can I go to the thing now? I'm killing everyone. Oh, hello, bye. You know, I'll get a drink. Can I take a break with Seth? I'll get a drink. No, let me get a drink. You said, that's it, right, that's it, right. What the fuck, drink? You only accept tickets and flowery dollars. I want a drink. Hell yeah, I got a drink, bye. I love drinking. Okay, can I get to sing now? Can I like teleport now? No. Okay. Do I really have to go all the way back? I don't really want to do that. I'm not feeling it, you know? Hell yeah, I still can't do that. What the fuck? I don't know why I can't teleport out of here. How long is this shit? You know what? Wait. I can't leave. I can't leave. Oh, that's okay. We can play later. We're time to... Oh my god, he's leaving everyone behind again. Are you sure not even a pirate? Why is he like this? Why is he such a bitch? Asgore, please, you had so much aura. Why are you a deadbeat dad? Yes, no one will get in your way. Wait, what if I tried? Sorry. Bro's just a deadbeat. I don't fucking know how to feel about this.
My human.
So how are we humans feeling about helping Asgore? I just need to keep studying harder. I just need to protect him more.
That's great.
Very good, everyone. Yeah. Very good.
My king.
Asgore, all the others have a gift and pride for you.
That's my dreams.
Everyone's hope, everyone's spirit as a human.
Smile again.
If you gave it a chance, I know it'd make you smile. Flowery, isn't it time to let me visit the Dark Fountain? Asgore, why is he a deadbeat dad? The one who made it. I know they'll come back to it. And when they do, I'll make sure they never make another. Sure, I can bring you there, old buddy. If it's your special dream. Perfect. And this time, Flowery, nobody interrupts me. You got it, King. Bye. Hey guys. Friends, do you want to go play? I got a new cowboy show you want to see. You guys like stories, right? Would you want to hear a new one? Oh, that sounds great. Why are you guys here anyway? We gotta kill this guy. They're here to steal our fountain, to end Asgore's dream. Hey, we're just... Flowery, why the aura? Anyways, how could we forget? Anyways, friends, what are they but rules? Chris, Susie, Rousey. Flowers are messengers of love. Even if we anger, the 7 of us can never hate you. But where we find division is our love, our dreams. Chris, Susie, Rousey. If we go any further, all of us will do our best to haunt you. Not in hatred, but as a contest of our love. Then let's make it a fair fight, y'all. Don't make it too boring. Try to actually make me think. And this time I won't lose. Why was Seth the only one who couldn't teleport? Because you see, this is the true power of friendship.
You're a hero.
You think you can beat us with that husky cock companionship? If you're for real, I'll be at the top of the castle. Bro, why is he at the aura? We can't give up now, Susie. I don't know if facing them is right, but that's why you're in charge, yeah? Anything you want to do, I got your back. Just promise me we won't hurt them, Kay? I'll hurt them. I want to hurt someone. Let's go. Lance, oh wait! They remembered. Why? Okay, you know, I love this music, but like, But like, I'm tired. I'm tired, bro. I need to end. I'm tired and hungry and I want to end. But oh my god, wait. I'm hyped. I'm hyped for when I play this next time. When does the teleport open again so I can do the secret boss? Or do I just like gotta chill? So as a way to go, yeah, I kinda guess. At least I'm here though. Let me play music. But yeah, at least I'm there though. I don't wanna play what's this? I'll play what's this? Yeah, you know what? I'll play that. Just collect some pink coins and find the pink door. I see. No, didn't I have to buy the key? And I don't know where the pink door is. I had 10 pink coins, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know where the thing is, you know? So it's like, yeah, whatever. My coins, buy the key. Yeah, I know, I need the key, but I don't know where the pink door is. That's why I'm asking when does the teleport open so I can go over there. But yeah, I don't know. It opens a bit later. I see. Okay then. But what am I doing this week? What's today? Tuesday? Today's Tuesday, right? Okay, tomorrow I'm gonna continue Pokemon. Cause I love Pokemon. And then Wednesday what the fuck? Thursday no stream. Yeah. Thursday no tomorrow I'm doing Pokemon. Tomorrow, Wednesday I'm doing Pokemon. And then Thursday no stream because I don't stream. And then Friday, more Deltarune. Yeah. And then Saturday, whatever the fuck I want. You know, I don't know what it's gonna be. You don't know what it's gonna be. No one knows what it's gonna be. So yeah, and then Sunday, more Pokemon. Okay. Let me... Wicked Clown Gaming alone. Why would you hit me? What the fuck? Anyway, let me find someone I can raid. I am ending. Hello, hello. I'm ending, but hello. What the fuck? I don't want to raid anyone playing Deltarune because they might be farther than me and I don't want to get... You know? Yeah. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, you understand. Anyway, I need to edit tomorrow. Because I haven't been editing. And I need to do that. But, like, I don't want to do it for some reason. I don't know why. Why is everyone hitting me? But yeah, I need to do it. But I don't want to do it. So, whatever. I don't think there's anyone I can raid. Because I don't want to raid someone playing Deltarune. Just you being clown. Well. But yeah, I don't want to raid anyone playing Deltarune because I don't want spoilers. But I don't know who else to raid. Actually, I can raid you. Because you raided me once, and I haven't raided you. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. There you go. Give me... What the fuck? Why is everyone hitting me? Go away! Go bully this person. They're playing a game I don't know. And do that shit. Do that shit. Okay, bye. Fuck you. Get out of here. I'm being bullied. Get out of here.